Welcome in, everyone. 8-Bits here. With, of course, Sophie. Who's the star of the stream, huh? Yes, you are. Good morning. And Brewer, welcome in. How are you doing? All right. I have my coffee. Sophie was walked. Yes. You've already been given your treat, so we're good. Yeah. And so the first, I don't know. I usually go about like the first minute on just the waiting screen, but that doesn't have sound. I didn't make a just waiting one with the sound, although I probably should. It's not until I switch to the starting soon screen, which has the countdown, that it has the music to it. For this year, I was just lazy with it. I got the starting soon one, which has the countdown with the music, but I didn't get to do the waiting soon. And since it's only going to be used for another week until next weekend, I'm not going to bother with it. I figure it's fine. The first minute is just for the bots to get connected, for notifications on like Discord and that kind of stuff. Yeah. What, Sophie? You don't need one right now. I know. Sad news, right? So, you went to bed early last night, so you woke up super early. Yeah. I think on average, I go to bed probably like 10:30, right? And then I'm usually waking up between 5 and 5:30, depending on the day. Right? I know. Sophie likes it, but that's okay. All right. I don't even know where to start with this. Have you heard about Counter-Strike 2, the market crash on it? So, yeah. I mean, I feel like it's completely ridiculous. It's something like you would never think to hear, but I don't even know where to start with it. I don't have anything in Counter-Strike 2 economy, right? I do know people that do, and their stuff is they're like wiped. But it completely crashed. Yes, huge amounts of money. So the market value is roughly like $6 billion on this marketing economy. And yep, 100%. They were using it for investment. The skins were worth are worth so much money. There's ones that are worth like actual $1 million, and it's just completely wiped. It fell from a 6 million or 6 billion market cap roughly right now. It fell like $2 billion just overnight, and people are scrambling. It's kind of, I don't even know. Like that would be crazy, absolutely crazy, right? If I had money invested into Counter-Strike 2 as an investment plan, because people do, and next thing you know, by morning, everything you had is like worthless. Bad investment plan. Yes. A lot of that stuff is, but like people do. And obviously, because it was worth $6 billion as an economy. Just completely crazy. But yeah, it fell $2 billion overnight. So by morning, it was only worth $4, and I think it's even worth it's down to 2 now, just because of, I forget what the actual update is that Counter-Strike 2 rolled out to wipe out the economy. I think they made it so it's easy to get stuff. They changed how the skin or whatever it is works, and it just completely wipes on it. What am I working on? Today, we are going to be working on the RPG game. I think I'm on stream 6 for it. So we're at the beginning of this, right? It's a 3-month project. I stream 3 days a week, so we should be pretty good with it. We're only on like the second week with it. It's really just to do a 3-month like test run learning project, right? But yeah, it'll be a small little RPG with turn-based attacking to it. What we're currently doing is we're talking about the Counter-Strike 2 market crash. I don't know if you've heard about it. It's happened in the last couple of days here, and due to the update that Counter-Strike 2 put out, it made their market almost worthless, like a filler project or a side project. It is the project. So I don't have a main project right now. I'm currently doing 3-month what I call MVPs, like minimum viable product. It is a full little game compacted into 3 months. Yeah, it's hard to avoid hearing about it, right? Brent, welcome in. How are you doing today? I'm glad you made it, Brent. Yeah, this is crazy, right? But that was the biggest game news that I had to chat about. I don't know. It's kind of like boggling, right? Like I said, I did not have anything in the Counter-Strike 2 economy as far as an investment, but I do know people that do, and yeah, they've lost like everything. All right. Outside of that, I don't think I have much else. Did you see the Unreal Engine game jam? Unreal Engine? Probably not. Which one's that? I'm not an Unreal Engine person, so I probably wouldn't have looked at their game jams. I may have seen it. Which one are you talking about, though? The Mega Game Jam. Okay. Making game in 7 days. Unreal Engine. Oh, this is a video. I don't want the video. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Oh, it's on itch too. Yeah, so you get 7 days, make a game with Unreal. Lurking and working. Excellent, Homeless. Yeah, it looks like, I mean, like, there's so many cool game jams out there. Submission deadline is October 24th. Yeah, it's got all kinds of cool stuff to it. What's that? 6 categories that they are judging your games in. That's excellent. I like when the game jams are really detailed and they provide feedback for what you are doing. Oh, there's so many cool ideas. Yeah, this one has a lot of stuff to it. And tons of prizes, right? Lots and lots of prizes. All right, so let's roll over into some game dev here and kind of pick up where we left off yesterday. I didn't really get a whole lot done yesterday afternoon. I kind of took some time. I wanted to play a game. or at least do a little bit of gaming, right? But what I did kind of work on was updating some of the adding to the new, like the town, right? The building of things. So we have that working. All right. What? So yesterday we worked on making it so that we have a save feature built in. Right now, it's not a button or anything. It's an object that you have to touch, and it creates a save file, like a save to the game. But that may be updated later. But for right now, it's an object you touch. So that's these purple circles right here. And that's all this, the object data with the button save. And it just basically, like I said, has a collision to it. You've got a game in that jam. Nice. It was fun, but 7 days isn't a huge amount of time. No, but it's a game jam. They're not supposed to be a long amount of time. I think mostly the game jams that I have done were either it's 48 hours, so 2 days, or a 4 day. I tend not to do much longer than that because it's perfect then. That way it fits usually over a weekend and can do it. Oh, what was the one I just did? The hot air balloon one. So that was 2 weeks ago. It was a 4-day game jam, and that turned out pretty good. That was this one, right? So it's a little like hot air balloon game, and that was for a 4-day game jam. But I like game jams. They're fun. All right. So we have working. We have our player. We have an enemy. We have it so that if you make contact with the enemy, then you have it takes you to a battle room. So let's run that, right? Let me switch. Okay. Here, let me move myself. Looks like a cool game. The balloon one. All right, give it a second because OBS always takes it a minute to see this game. All right. Orange is just another enemy, so we can hit this one. And like I said, when you make contact with the enemy, it currently is taking you into a new room, and now it's a turn-based attack system. The green is going to be is currently a light attack. The red button, which is grayed out, or more transparent, I guess, is heavy attack, and then I have a run button. These are not the final buttons. They're just silly stuff, but a little run, right? So as you attack, you have a energy bar that comes up. There. And then once your energy bar is all the way up, you get a heavy attack. Right? There is no way to heal. And my XP thing broke. Or my hip HP broke. How'd that break from yesterday? Anyways, it broke. It is supposed to remember what your health is when you come out. I'm pretty sure it was working yesterday. It may not have. I can't remember. So we need to work on that. Because now if I go back in and fight, my health is all the way back up. Right? That one remembered it. I don't know what it's doing. All right. So, system game manager we got. Let's look at our player, right? What are those buttons in combat? Right now, it is to represent a... Let's find an enemy. Let's do the skeleton. He's easier. All right. You have your health bars below your enemy, or below the people, right? So below whichever enemy you are fighting is here, and below you. Then you have another bar for your health, or I mean for your energy, right? The green one is currently a light attack. The heavy attack, which is the red one, is grayed out until your energy bar fills up. But you can do a light attack, and you can see like it starts to fill up the energy bar. And now that it's my turn again and my bar is full, I can use the red button, which is a heavier attack, and it does more damage on the attack. And like I said, this is what I think is going to be the graphics on how I'm going to make it look. Right? I mean, obviously it's going to be completed and cleaned up, but this is it. I think it looks pretty good. I'm not entirely sure what... So, let's double check this, because it looked like the health bar is updating here in the overworld if you fight the skeleton. So if we come in, I take damage, go there, right? So I'm down a little bit, and then when I come out, my health is down a little bit as well. Okay, so it worked for that one. If I go talk to this one, and I died. Okay. Right now, if I die, it just restarts the game. Let's try this one again. I wonder... All right, we're both at full quick attack or light attack, whatever you want to call it. All right, so we defeated the enemy. My health was hurt, but I came out and it's not doing anything. So the question then becomes... Why? Why? So we have our XP. Oh, this is XP value though. All right, let's organize some stuff here. Game. All right, let's close this. We'll close that one. We don't need the I&I room open. So what's happening is I feel I feel like when you fight the upgraded enemy, so the next level enemy, and you leave the room, it's not retaining what your health is, but it works with the skeleton. All right, so these are two different enemies, two different levels. So this one's a little bit tougher than the skeleton. We come in and talk to the skeleton. Takes us into a battle room. We'll do a quick battle here. When I leave it, my health bar up here is affected. But when we're gonna have to do this one again. So starting from scratch, when we go to fight the orange one, and my health bar is going down, when I come back to the overworld, it is not doing anything. So I got to figure out what's going on between that. So let's work on that, right? All right, we have Battle Manager. Let's pull up some stuff here. We need our battle enemy. Entities, enemies. I don't think I have anything. Well, let's check in here too. Are you planning to have only one playable character in the game? I don't know. Oh, with playing with allies? Maybe. I don't know. I haven't decided. For a 3-month project, I don't. It might be still feasible, I think, to be able to pick up, like, I don't know, you could hire somebody to come with you inside the tavern before you go on your quest. You know. So that should work with that. All right, this is what? We're looking at the enemy. And homeless Sophie treat. Hi, Soph. You ready? Good girl. Is the player object the same object in battle and overworld? No. They are not. So in the overworld, you have the actual object player, right? But when you go into the battle map, you have object battle player. They're not the same. Yeah, because we have our object battle one here, right? And then we have our battle player. Where is the code that syncs the HP to the battle player? Well, we're pulling it out off of here, along with our rooms. Now, when I was making it, we followed a tutorial because we thought it would be fun to do that, right? This one. and it was turn-based attacks where it creates the room and then you exit the room, and it's working except with a new enemy. So the way they also are doing things is they have the rooms being static or permanent or persistent, whatever it's called. Persistent. All right. So we have battle manager code here. All right, let me move this, and then there we go. All right. Turns, enemies, HP. Let's see. All right, and then once we come back out, we have it updating our add. That's for the XP. It should be updating it, but yeah, give me a minute to remember how I set up the second enemy, because I think I probably missed something. And this one is persistent. Battle enemy. Oh, let me pull up the battle player here. So we have XP and all this. We're updating our data, which is the player data. And then when we go back, it works with the skeleton. But it is not working with the second enemy. They should be pretty identical. Also, I see notifications. Ads are going to go off in about a minute. I might take a quick be right back to fill up my coffee. What? Object skeleton, object enemy. All right, so this is number 2. HP. If HP is less than this, we destroy that. Then this is for the XP being added to the player. Distance. No. HP. Where is... And this is the player again. Where's my battle? This is battle enemy code. All right. I'm trying to dissect it, and I can't tell why it's not doing it. But we'll just figure out the bug when I get back. So ads are about to go off. I'm going to take a quick be right back while I grab some coffee. If you haven't, take a moment to stretch real quick, and then we will be back at it. So hang tight, and I'll see everybody in a moment. Okay. I'm back. Ad break is almost done anyways. Perfect timing. So, and of course, every time I get up and start moving around, a certain fluffy one feels like I'm up to do stuff for her. Starts running around in circles, and I'm like, no, just because I stand doesn't mean you get something to eat. All right. We have the world map being persistent. It's not the best way to be doing this, but we are doing it that way. Then we have here, and we are returning to the original room. And the persistence on the room allows us to return where we were. We don't want the battle room to... Let me double check that. Yeah, the battle room is not persistent. And we have a battle manager here. The battle manager. Object battle, data, HP. We're checking for end. Player data charge. This is for the energy bar. Then we have enemy damage, battle player, data in HP, check for ending, and if it is, then we return to the original room, right? And we have battle switcher. Battle switcher doesn't really do much. It just redirects the room. You to the room. Oh, hey, Grog. Good morning. So, when you go into a battle with the skeleton, it works. Like, all right, so you go into battle, everything is fine, you take damage, and when you leave that room, it remembers your health. However, it is not doing that with the second enemy. When you leave the battle, your health bar is back to full. And I can't find a difference between the two, and like the enemy that's updating this. All right, so, or here, hold on. Button. Here. Oh, wait. Our damage, we'll just increase our damage instead of making a button, right? So it's only doing 1 damage. We'll just say it does 10. Okay. When we go in and I want a button eventually. All right. See, that it's not going to help. I need to be able to take damage though. let's... Yeah, I know. So I got to adjust it because it can't be a one-shot because you go first. So let me just redo this. Let's make it 3. Or make a button to damage myself. Yeah. All right. Come here, skeleton. Okay, so now I took damage, right? I leave the room. Imgui, yeah. Now I don't want to use Imgui because, like, I know Imgui doesn't work with browsers. And now I want to have browser play. Oh, I thought it was just there. Okay. All right. Anyways, we come down and we'll interact with this guy, right? We fight, so I'll get some more damage. But when I leave that particular fight, my health bar is not adjusting. It's going back to 100%. Calico, welcome in. I'm using burst. Yeah, unfortunately, like I started following. We were doing a tutorial for RPGs, right? And so the switching of the rooms, it's using a room persistence. And this is probably where it's not going to work anymore because, like, for whatever reason, it's not accepting it. So, I don't know. And I heard a Sophie tweet. Good morning, Perdooch. There we are. Sophie's happy. Okay, so we go in. We do our fights, right? I need to find... let me find my... Oh, I'm on it. This is enemy 2. So this is the skeleton. Or this is the skeleton. This is the regular enemy. The battle player isn't different between those two. And I don't think if it's in range, XP value, there's nothing specific between these two, right? Is health being overridden by your save game code? I don't know. But why would it work with one enemy and not the other one? If you put more skeleton enemies, does it eventually happen with them too? I don't know. So you mean just in like here? All right. Well, I'd rather not copy unless I know for sure that's what's doing it. All right, so we'll do some damage here. I took a little bit of damage. I go out. I'm down. I go fight the second skeleton. It remembers where my health bar is. I take a little bit of damage. Come out, and I've taken a little more here. It remembers it when I go into the battle room. And I leave the room, and it's updated. I come in to fight this. All All right, so we're looking at my health bar is here. So we'll go fight this guy. It remembers where my health bar is. I've taken damage. I'm all the way down, taking damage. I leave, and it replenishes my health bar to 100. I just don't know. I don't get it. So it's definitely with this one. It's definitely with this one. What? Maybe X, Y. Why is this one different? Do I have something not being inherited properly? Is that maybe the problem? All right, let's do this. Let's go back to the world map. We're going to come over here real quick. Let me copy this, the skeleton. It was Calico, I think, that said it. We're going to try it. We're going to copy the skeleton, and we're going to call it enemy 3. Right? I just want to be able to see it. So let me... All right, enemy 3 is going to use this. And now enemy 3 and it was Sprite 54. So all this needs to come out. Okay. Now we'll go in. We're going to go place enemy 3 into here. We're going to go try it. All right. So let's go talk to this guy. Fight. So remembers it. I had to have broken the inherit somehow with the orange. It's not inheriting properly here, maybe. Stupid OBS. All right, let me do it. And that was quick. I probably finished it before OBS even saw the game. Come on, OBS. There it is. All right. Enemy 3. We go in and fight. I take damage. Defeat, come out, and it works. So, it's only with enemy 2. which means that enemy 2 is not correctly inheriting stuff. Right? Because skeleton object 3 is using parent 3 or parent enemies. So object 2 is not. And I wonder if this, like, if we're... You don't see the inherit here? In the step, it's attached here. Oh, in my other one? Which one? Skeleton. They're all inherited. Right? The skeleton one it's working with. And enemy 3 it's working with. But it works with the skeleton. That's the problem. Okay, that makes no sense. So this... All right, what the hell happened on this? Why are the ones that are not... They're in... Crap. I have no idea. All right, let's figure this out. I don't understand why they're working and the other one is not. What is happening? Line 8. Hold on. On which in step? Yeah, the ones not inheriting work. Correct. But I thought this, like, they were inheriting from here, but I guess not. So instance move. This is just the movement. This is it. Why does it have custom code after line 2? I don't know. Damn it. This is why. All right. Following stupid tutorials. I have no idea why stuff's here. All right. Maybe I just scrap them and we'll start over on this. That might be easier. So, doesn't event object need line 8 and doesn't every object need line 8 and beyond? It should. So in parent enemy, we have them doing idle state, right? This is how, like, I know it works. Like, this is just telling me it's switching. Let me do something and we can test this here. Hold on. Let's turn that one off. We'll turn that one off. There. So now we have only the skeleton and a player, right? Scrapping sounds unnecessarily. Yeah. What? I'm okay to burn it. Let me test this first. We have, if it is working with the parent, I will be able to have updates down here on let me move it a little bit, on whether or not it is in idle or moving, right? If it's not inheriting that, it's not going to know it. All right, let's wait for the game to kick in. It's showing NPC is moving, NPC is idle, it's back to moving. It is seeing the states for this. Right? So it sees it. Then we have object skeleton. And that was in parent enemy, right? Because that's where I'm putting this. States, moving. String distance. So this is the same as what's here. Just about. This if move thing is from here down. If I delete this or copy, do this, and I delete this, it is showing all the code there. All right. I still feel like it was working as an inherited feature. Want to... Oh, I didn't see the chat through it. Yeah. Are you on? Let me find my Discord. Okay.
Hello.
Sorry about that. All right.
Yeah, do you want to share your screen? I can take a look.
Yeah.
I think you're sort of on the right path here, though.
Oh.
And yeah, it's getting confusing, sort of what me and Calico were talking about in terms of like you're inheriting in both objects, but you're inheriting differently. So before we do anything further, I want to kind of point that out. So let's go to object 2, enemy 2.
Okay. So in here, let's go enemy 2.
Oh, nope. Actually, yep. No, this is right. Okay, this is good. This is actually wait. Okay, go back to skeleton.
So what I just did on skeleton.
Oh, you deleted the event.
Right? I did. I wanted to make sure I was like, I wanted to test it, so I copied it and then deleted it.
Okay. And go to the enemy 3 then. If enemy 3 is still the same. Okay. So enemy 3 is where we can show the difference, because enemy 2 and enemy 3 were the ones, or sorry, skeleton and enemy 3 were the ones working like this.
Yeah, they were.
Notice how the event itself isn't inheriting, but then you're manually inheriting after the fact.
Right.
And then after you inherit, you have what I would call custom code, which is to say code that is specific to that enemy that you're inheriting from, right?
Mm.
But this code here doesn't look custom to me. It looks like it should be part of every inherited enemy, essentially. Every enemy should inherit this code, essentially, right?
This is the only thing that I think is different, because
Right.
that's
But
not.
I'm saying though, right? This object is inheriting and then doing extra stuff, whereas the other objects was just inheriting.
Right.
So it's this extra stuff, and same with the draw event too. Like the draw event isn't inheriting for this one as well.
But
So
what I don't.
ideally, you want to get
Alright.
to the point where everything is inheriting, other than the initialization of setting up the sprites and stats and stuff like that.
Okay. I mean, I know that it was inheriting because it was seeing all the movement stuff, right?
Well, but that's what I'm saying. It's a difference of how you're inheriting. So look at line 2 there, right?
Yeah.
That's where you're doing your inheritance.
Right.
But then after you inherit, you're doing lines 8 through, you're doing like 20 lines of code of extra stuff that only this enemy is doing and only the skeleton enemy is doing. So when you create a new enemy, your enemy 2, and it's not working, of course it's not working because it doesn't have this extra stuff you've hard-coded into these additional enemies. So you want to get it to the point where none of this stuff is hard-coded into these individual enemies. It's built into the parent, so you don't have to do this custom inheritance stuff. You can just know that any enemy has all the code it needs, basically.
Okay.
Which I think is what you're doing. You started doing with, if you go back to your skeleton now.
Right.
Now your skeleton is no longer, it doesn't do an event inherited. That whole event at the top above line 1 is now just straight up inheriting. There's no event inherited and then other stuff. It's just event inherited.
Right.
So you got the step working like this. If you go to the draw event too, what does the draw event have?
But that still doesn't make sense to me, because I mean, like, why the two that are not inheriting, or what we're saying are not inheriting, are working properly?
Because they have custom code added after your inheritance.
Yeah, but it's a walking thing. It shouldn't be messing up the HP, but I guess
Sure,
so.
maybe that's could be true, right? But it still is a difference. It's a pretty significant difference. So even if this isn't your issue, this is still a thing you want to fix, because it'll make it so that you don't have to, because here's the thing. What if you had 15 enemies before you noticed this problem?
Right.
And all 15 enemies were copied and pasted, and now you needed to change that code that was inside those step events, not inheriting. Like if you want to see the example, I mean, if you go back to object or enemy 3, what if you had 15 objects with lines 8 through 30 and you needed to change how 8 through 30 worked? You would then need to go through, 10 enemies and copy and paste the changed behavior through all of them.
Right.
When this behavior probably should just be inside the event itself, the event inherited part on line 2.
Okay. All right. Let's get rid of enemy 3.
Sure. What I think you'll find happens is maybe we fix this inheritance stuff and now it's broken for everything.
Probably is.
Which would be very strange, but that could be what happens here. But either way, this is something that should be fixed too. It's the key difference though right now, right? I think what you do is you put the stuff that was in that custom stuff in the step event of the inherited the parent object. And I'm hoping that does it. Because is there anything in this step event that by the way, you did commit before all of this stuff?
You know what? With all this back and forth, I have no idea when I committed.
Okay.
I don't think I've committed at all today.
Oh golly. Okay, yeah.
All right.
Before you start changing events and making massive refactors, always commit first.
It's fine.
So you can go back. Okay.
Yeah. If I have to delete the project and start over, that's fine too. So the only difference that I was seeing was just this extra little bit here. I don't know where that.
Yeah.
I don't remember
So
why.
what you should do is anything
there.
that doesn't exist here in this form, move that to the parent event. So copy and paste that, or cut and paste that actually into the parent.
And it was above this.
Okay, and all that code you're 100% sure is identical.
So
yeah, you can even just kind of move it over to compare. That's fine.
Let me grab this.
Just paste it above this, and we can look at them the same. I think that they're not the same.
All right, hold on.
Some extra stuff there, but okay. So it had that HP thing in there, which is good.
This is all right. So this is on the parent enemy. I'm copying it over. I'm just trying to figure out.
I'm definitely getting confused.
I know. Shit. Let me just delete and start this fucking thing over. Okay. So right here is the two codes.
Okay, they look pretty similar to me, right? They're pretty well identical, yeah.
As far as I can tell, those are identical. Right? Move X, move Y, not equal to 0. At ABS move, walk up, down, there. And welcome in, JD. How you doing today?
Okay.
You don't have anything smart ass to say? It's not helping.
Okay, one thing I'm going to recommend here real quick, by the way, close the room. If you're not ever working in the room, my rule of thumb is always just to close the room tab, because you have this inspector object as well, but on the left-hand side, half of that inspector is taken up by the room. So if we just close the room, you'll notice that you now have a lot more inspector space to work with, which is going to really help when we need to see what parent we need to be working with as well, to make sure there's nothing weird and hidden and jacked up there. Hey, D-Boy.
Mr. D-Boy. Welcome in. Yeah, so as far as I can tell, these two pieces of code are identical.
Okay, so if we go back into the skeleton, or go back into enemy 2, I think actually they're both the same, but go back into wherever that code was, I guess. Or we're in enemy 3, right? Okay.
Yeah, we're in enemy 3, which is the one I'm going to delete.
Right, so well, let's keep it here for now. We don't need to delete it because technically you want an enemy 3, so we want to kind of figure out how to get this working or whatever. But okay, so look at this, right? You're inheriting the event on line 2, and we just confirmed that the parent event already has this code, right? So none of this code after event inherited needs to be there, right?
Yes.
So okay,
well,
so
that's not true.
Like...
All right, I meant that it does need to be there.
Sorry, why?
So specifically, the only difference is
your create event is perfectly a-okay. That is fine. We're not worried about that. We're dealing with the step event right now.
Okay. I thought you were talking about the step event. Okay.
Yeah. So
or I mean the create event.
The create event needs overwritten behavior, right? We need to initialize our data. So the create event needs to event inherit, and then we need to have custom data after that. That makes total sense. Now, between enemy 1, 2, and 3, is there any custom step behavior that needs to be done? Or do they all behave the same in the step event?
They should be all...
Oh, okay. All the same, yeah.
All the same. There is nothing different with those at this particular point in time.
Perfect. Okay, so this makes sense. So I want to try to break this down because I obviously I can tell you're like a little bit frustrated with how this is getting all kind of tangled up or whatever.
It is because, and then I get... Sometimes I have trouble when I get too many inputs trying to sort it in my head, because my head is not that smart. So when I start getting to some of this stuff, I'm like, I have no idea. Plus, you have like streamer brain going on, trying to figure out coding brain, and they don't always work together.
So that's sort of why I want to say, I want to kind of walk through this step by step and how we actually can think about this here, because you don't want to get to the point where you're like, I'm frustrated. You were in burn it to the ground mode, like whatever.
It's fine. I'm okay.
But that's a luxury you have 6 days in. But what if you're 2 weeks in, right? What if you're a month in and this happens, right? You can't really just be like, well, I mean, you could, but then you're gonna not kind of get past those hurdles, right? So if you're ever feeling like that, never like it's okay to pivot to something else. It's okay to even like, hey, I'm going to start a new project and try this again, but never delete the old one, for example. Always
Oh,
give yourself room to go back. And that's why source
I
control
delete
is
old
so
projects
important.
all the time. I'm like, watch it burn. I don't need this. It's broken. It's gone.
But then, like you never fix the things. You never get the ability to diagnose those things, and it's frustrating always. Like this never goes away in code. That's the thing. I run into things. I had a crazy issue where I was losing my mind in Discord. I had a rant to Pope because I'm like, I don't understand why this thing is working this way, and it's like I just had to like sit on it for a while. And in that case, I had it in a different branch on source control.
Yeah, and I don't
So
remember why this broke or what caused it, because it was originally just meant to be inherited.
and that's the
And
thing. But the
yeah,
thing is, that's code, right? You make a mistake, you do something different one way here and then another way here. This is why consistency is so big. But with programming, it's not always about why this happened. Everybody's always like, how did it get to this point? But the answer is always, it's your fault. It's something you've done.
it is. Yeah, I mean, like,
And me too.
I know yeah.
It's so sometimes it's like you got to realize that whatever done me in the past, whether it's me or you, a week ago, yesterday, the day before, did something and now it broke.
But
But the
Mr.
good news is now we have a lead here, right? We know there's a difference. We know invent inherited is different between two different objects,
Right.
which is a good start, right?
So I
So
still think we delete enemy 3. So I'm not updating multiple enemies. I update.
here's why I don't want you to delete enemy 3. And we're just going to walk through it. So just forget about everything we've done, everything in the past here. Forget about how we've gotten here. I want to walk you through how we can think about this, right? So let's just start again. We're inheriting this event, which is good, right? We want to be inheriting the step event from the parent object, correct?
Right. So what I need to do is currently delete the step event, let it re-inherit it from the parent.
Technically, yes, but I want to go through this step by step. So since we know that all this code below, line 10 and below, is actually in the parent event, right?
Yes. Right now it's duplicated here, but yeah, it is.
Okay. So since we know that's all in the parent event, we can just erase it from here. Just erase everything that's in the parent event already. So that's all the parent event already, right? Okay. So bam, now we're back to there's nothing duplicated from the parent and the child. And now because we're left with only an event that says event inherited, that means this event we don't need to have this custom event here, right? Now we can delete it because now we can see that, okay, the only thing that's in here is event inherited. So now we delete it. Okay,
right.
And then now, boom, now we're seeing the same inherited code of that line step above line 1 as the skeleton now has as well, right?
Right.
And so let's scroll down to the draw event too, real quick on this object. A whole bunch of custom stuff. You see, what I mean by custom is you're inheriting the event, right?
Right.
And then you're doing additional code. Since we don't want to focus on enemy 3, let's actually jump over to the skeleton enemy because I think the skeleton enemy has this too. And
Okay.
let's do it from the skeleton. So you can close it.
Yeah, I did.
Go to the skeleton.
I didn't delete it.
So, okay,
I just
look.
closed it.
Perfect. I like that. I prefer that. Okay. So the step is inheriting, but we can see that the draw is custom here because we see that it's overriding the draw event. And it is inheriting, great. So we are doing inheritance, but now we're doing a bunch of other junk on top of it. The question is any of this code here custom to the skeleton?
So let me go look at the parent.
Well, before you even do that, is this code does any of it jump out to you as custom to specifically the skeleton?
No.
I agree with that. It looks pretty generic NPC wandering around.
I have
nameplate type
scribble
stuff.
just talking about the font that's being used. We're drawing the background, which is the bubble.
Mm-hmm. So there's a good shot that all of this is not skeleton behavior. It's probably up the ladder a bit more. It's probably an enemy behavior. In fact, I can argue this isn't even enemy behavior. I could argue this is actor behavior because your enemies, player, and NPCs might all want to have this behavior. Let's not think about that for now. Let's just go look at the parent and see what the parent has, the parent enemy. What does its draw event look like?
Okay. Not the same.
Not the same. Okay, cool. So let's Okay, so let's think on this here, right? Okay,
This
so yeah,
is
you
the
have
bubble
like,
right here.
yep.
This is defining it. This is the 2 lines of text that are in the bubble.
So that stuff could be custom, right? That stuff might be custom, then,
Right.
right? Okay, let's go back and look at the skeleton. Does the skeleton have like custom chat?
No. Doesn't have custom chat because right now they're all saying the same thing, but it could.
I see. Okay. Right. Okay.
Or not
So
at all. But like for right now,
so your job right now, and I don't know the answer to this, is any of this stuff need to be in the parent, or should this all just be like, is the parent already doing all of this, or does some of this stuff need to go to the parent?
so it's not in this enemy 2.
Yep, enemy 2 is inheriting.
I don't. Well, easiest way.
Hey, just comment this out. Yeah, comment it out.
Right. Is to do that, and we can identify what it's doing.
Now, real quick, just to confirm, I just want to like visually point this out. This draw event that only has line 2 event inherited.
Yeah.
Jump back over to enemy 2.
Enemy 2. Okay.
Is identical to this draw event here.
Yes.
So one is inheriting through just not having a draw event, so it knows to just take the parent event. That is the same as putting a draw event in, an event in, and then just saying event inherited. Those two things are identical. Does that make sense?
Yes.
But the main difference is you want to have the code event inherited if you're planning on doing something else. And for now, we're going to leave it there because we might want to do something else. We're not sure yet. Let's run the game now that we've kind of made the skeleton behave differently. My guess is that the skeleton you might now have saving and loading issues again. You might not have your HP coming through, but let's see.
Okay. So what's not coming through is the name on top of the skeleton.
Okay. Now, did your enemy 3 have the nameplate above it?
It is saying
Yep, that makes sense.
the stuff from the inherited. Enemy.
Okay, yeah, let's fight him now. Let's fight him. No, just fight him.
Okay.
Okay, let's see if your damage goes through. We have a little sliver. Okay, so it's still working.
Yes.
Crazy to me. I have no idea why. That's weird. Okay, cool, but that's good. That's what we want. Okay. Put the enemy 2 back in. Put enemy 2 and enemy 3 back in. I want all 3 enemies in.
All right. Oh, I closed the room. Give me a second.
And that is the annoying part of it. I'm really hoping they. So there should be a really massive update coming out. They said the 30th by the earliest. So I'm hoping within the next week we get a new update. I'm hoping they make it so that the room editor isn't weird as hell. Because I hate how the inspector for the room is always there, even if you're not in a room tab.
The whole
yeah.
things that you're both saying like every day, this whole day has just been, I don't know why it's working. Like, why is it? I couldn't identify why it was working, or I couldn't identify like why it wasn't working. And I'm just like, I don't understand.
And this is sort of why I don't like room persistence, because part of back of my head is like, is room persistence part of what's happening here? Because
and who knows? I mean, it could be.
That's my concern with room persistence is I don't understand. I literally have no idea how it works.
All right.
So that's scary, right? But okay, yeah. Is there an enemy 3 too, or enemy 2 or whatever?
Okay, so red is 3,
like
orange is 2, and the skeleton.
Okay, let's run it again and let's see what has nameplates, what doesn't.
Just like magnets. All right, so now only enemy 3 does.
Okay, and I'm guessing enemy 3 has override code. If you go look at its draw event.
Enemy 2, let me open up this. Enemy 3 has that set of code in it.
Now
That's what
question
this
for you.
is. This must be.
Is this code? If you go and look at this code here and go to your NPC code.
Oh wait, NPC.
Yep,
code.
NPC. Like a totally different entity, not enemies. NPCs.
Shit. All right. So if we open up like the barkeep,
Okay. That code is probably identical, right?
it is identical.
So you're manually copying and pasting nameplate code across enemies. What if in the future, 6 months down the road, or 2.5 months, because it's a 3-month project, what if you decide how your nameplates are changed, right? You want to have them display differently. You now have 20 NPCs, 15 enemies, and you have to go through your entire game's every NPC and enemy and change that code, right?
Yeah.
So,
it should. Right now, it should be in the parent, because right now all the enemies have a nameplate. If I want them all to have it and to be identical, then it makes more sense to be in the parent. But I need a way to be able to turn it off if I don't want one to have it.
Sure. Okay, so I want to. Okay, let's.
I don't really even know why they have it, but they have it.
This is going to be a side tangent thing here. I'm going to put a pin in what I was just talking about with the nameplate stuff. So okay. For now, you know that enemies want nameplates, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's cut this code and put this in the parent then, right? Because now we know that this is specific behavior that this enemy has that you want your parents to have. So they should.
Here.
So yeah, this is regardless of range, right? Because this is just, hey, if you see them, they have a nameplate.
Right. So now it is in the parent. It's under. I'm trying to see if any of this is particular in order of operation.
So they should be entirely separate things, right? Because we know the text bubble works regardless of this code, and this code existed in another object.
Okay.
In fact, this is actually the same order of operations, because in the draw event, it event inherited, which was the bubble, and then you put the nameplate after the event inherited. So this is the same orientation it was before.
Okay.
So if you run the game, I would expect to see 3 nameplates.
Nope. Okay.
Oh.
Scribble. Stupid thing.
Nope, it's not Scribble. That's not a Scribble error.
That
Run the game again.
Oh, it needs the name.
Yep. And I that's another thing I want to be very caution you towards. Error messages can seem kind of scary. I know I used to I would just try to intuit what the problem was a lot of times, and I kind of put off debugging and learning error codes and stuff. But error codes are your friend, right? Oh, weird. Okay, so it does have a name, right?
It has a name in the
So make it needs to be a string, right? So just say like no name or default name. Make it a string so that you know that you haven't defined a name for an enemy if you see it.
Can it be an empty string?
I would. And yeah, sure, you can empty string. That's fine too.
Would that then, if I overwrite it here, would that work?
Yep, that would be fine. Let's try that. Let's run it. Okay. My thought process is there's 2 schools of thought. If you don't give it a string, maybe it shouldn't show a nameplate, or you should put a string that's very obvious you haven't assigned a value. Like what if every NPC needs to have text, right? And what you could do is you would say, okay, so that's kind of cool, right? So if you don't set a name, no nameplate appears, right?
Right.
So you could argue that's cool behavior. Maybe that's how you want to do it. So maybe you would make it only. Maybe it's not. Maybe you have named mobs, right? Maybe rare mobs and bosses have names and basic mobs don't. But if you want every enemy to have a nameplate, you should have a default name that appears so that you haven't. I guess it's the same thing. You haven't set a name for it though. If you see a big text bubble pop up that says no name set, you're gonna be like, crap, I need to set a name real quick for that. Make sense?
Yeah, I mean, we could say no name.
Right, and that's just if you. It's a preference. Neither's right or wrong. It just depends on what you want the default behavior to be.
What, Mr. D-Boy, are you talking? What about rabbits? There's nothing wrong with rabbits. Do not burst the bubble on rabbits.
My assumption always is that D-Boy is trolling, and that emote of choice.
Oh yes. That's why I was like, don't burst the bubble on the rabbits.
Okay.
All right.
So now let's test. Okay, actually, let's go back and look at all three enemies, because now all three enemies should just be able to inherit the behavior, right?
Right.
Don't run it. Let's go actually look at them. Look at enemy 2.
So enemy 2, it's inheriting everything.
Okay, but we know that speech bubble. Let's comment that out there. Let's comment that out. And the reason why we comment out everything after line 5 is maybe there's something in here that other enemies need, right? So let's just give ourselves room to go backwards. Comment out everything below line 5.
Okay, it's locked. I got to go to the parent.
Oh shit. Okay, my bad. Okay, I'm dumb. That's on me. Go back there.
Okay.
That was all me. This is inheriting everything. I misread that draw as event inherited. Okay. No, this is great. So actually, let's close the room tab again, because part of the issue is the inspector. We can't see the inspector anymore.
Okay.
Okay. Now look at, we can see that that it's inheriting the 2 events, right?
Right.
The step event and draw event are grayed out.
Yes.
Perfect. Let's go to enemy 3.
Okay.
Okay. So the draw event is not being done here, but it's just an event inherited, and we know that if it's just event inherited, we don't need it. It's like if you have a draw event and all it says is draw self, you don't need it.
Right. So
okay.
Then I deleted it, so now it is 100% just being inherited.
Yep. And now we go back to skeleton, and we confirm the same thing for skeleton. Okay. So it is essentially doing the same thing, but we've confirmed now that they all have a nameplate, right?
Right.
Okay, so cut that out.
We can cut this out. It's only down to event inherited, which means I can go ahead and just delete it.
Exactly. And this is why I like keeping object 3, right? It kind of like, we got in that flow of like, okay, we can kind of think through it. Why do we have this here? Oh, we don't need it here because we have it here. Well, now we just have this, which means we don't need any of this. And now we're back to 3 objects where the only difference is their initialization, which is to say they have different names, they have different stats, they have.
Okay.
Right?
So.
Okay, let's run it. So in theory, my guess would be they should all work properly. You should be able to take damage from one of them, come back to the room, and be whatever. So attack any of them. I don't care what order you do it.
I'm still waiting for OBS. There it is. Okay.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah.
I'm struggling with this because OBS is delayed in opening this, like catching it. I'll get it eventually. Like right now, it's capturing it like it's a game.
Yeah, you're doing game capture and
game
it does
capture,
have a delay in it.
And it has a delay. That's all. All right, so we have 3 different ones.
I wonder if there's a better method now these days of doing it, or maybe an add-on or something. But yeah, that's just how it is. It takes a while to capture that.
All right.
Okay, but just run into an enemy now. Let's test it out.
So we have damaging, all good. Energy bar is working.
Okay, perfect. So that's working as intended. Because one of them is working and they're all the same thing, inheriting from the same thing, I would expect them all to work now.
Okay.
So let's test.
So do this one, take more damage, hit it again. It is not working.
God damn. Okay, very cool. What we're gonna do though is you just made a lot of changes and everything's a lot cleaner now. I would commit at this point, right?
Yeah. Let me double verify. All right, so we have enemy 2, or we have enemy skeleton. It's only inheriting the step, draw. The create event is different.
Okay, let's quickly check through all the create events. Is there anything different about them?
Yes.
Okay, tab back over. What was the difference between those 2?
These ones right here.
Okay, tab. Let's see the previous. This is where split view would be really nice, but they don't have it.
Yeah, we
Okay,
can't
so
do
it
split
doesn't-
view in this.
You cannot in Code Editor 2. Unfortunately, they haven't added it yet.
No.
They're gonna add it as part of they're changing how the windows work inside GameMaker. This is a way down the road thing, so don't hold your breath on it, unfortunately. You can do split view in the same window, but not in two different files.
Gotcha.
Which kind of sucks.
Okay, so, and we also have, the only other difference is move X and move Y is here. Like they both equal 0 in the skeleton, but not in enemy 2. And enemy 2 has an updated XP, damage, HP value.
Okay.
Because it's a tougher enemy.
Right. So what I would probably do
and that was that part yesterday where it was the variable definition part.
Yeah.
And at first I was like, oh, we're going to put it in the variable definition. And then I was like, wait, we talked about it. And I think it was because the other ones are not in there and it's all in here that we just left it inside the create event.
So one thing I'll say real quick is there's basically going to be two ways of storing your data. I would recommend you commit to either across the whole project. So you did it one way with your tower defense project. You had the remember how we had the ammo data and tower data, and you had them all in code, kind of like a visual database.
Right.
You could see all in one place, right? The other method would be you would have objects would hold all of your data. In which case, I wouldn't recommend you doing in code like it is now. It's fine for now, but the inspector way, I think you even saw that. Oh, it's really nice just to be able to come and like edit your stats by clicking on an object, right? So I think at some point it would be worth switching over to that if you want to go that method. But I just wanted to let you know that you could also build your enemies out like we did tower data and ammo data in the tower defense project. But
so this
could be a fun new way to try too.
Difference that I'm seeing is this.
Yeah, so I like what Calico said.
Yeah, let's delete it.
Let's copy everything in here over to the skeleton and say if the skeleton has this data, does it break? So everything including the sprites.
Okay.
And then if you go into the skeleton, you can just comment out what was there previously, just so we don't lose that. But I would comment out everything, except maybe name, just so we know it's still the skeleton.
Okay.
Because it'll now look like the other enemy, right?
Right.
Okay. Run this now. Let's see what happens. Okay, so go fight the skeleton. Does the skeleton? There, yeah, fight.
I was like, wait a minute.
The skeleton.
Okay. It's the skeleton.
Okay, and it will be stronger now, as it should be probably. I think it is. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Kill it.
Correct. It is not working.
So Calico had a really good suggestion. We've now figured out. Okay. We've cleaned out the step and the draw event, so we know it's not inheriting from that's breaking it. We now know it's something to do with these stats, right?
Yep. All right, so let me go back to skeleton. I'm going to take it out.
Yep, just Control Z, actually. You can Control Z back to where you were.
Okay.
Oh, you can do this too, that's fine. Because you'll need to uncomment this now, because this stuff we wanted. This stuff is good stuff, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it works.
Okay. Now, my first question too is, do all of them have move X equals 0?
Except for enemy 2.
Okay. What about enemy 3?
Enemy 3 does, because we copied it directly off of.
Okay. Now, does enemy 3 have the same issue too? I forget.
No, it is doing it works fine.
Okay. So yeah, once again, if all 3 of them should be doing the move X thing, I would erase that and put that in the parent. And in fact, I bet the parent might already even have that. No? Oh, I guess not.
Okay. So.
Okay. Now, what I want you to do actually is I want you to copy. Go back real quick.
To the parent.
To the parent.
Okay.
Yeah. And those values, lines 6 through 9, let's copy them, and bring them over to enemy 2 or whatever one. Yeah, 2, and paste it below this set. I just want to compare them. Are they the same sort of things? HP total, damage 1. Yeah, so the setup is correct. It's like the same thing. So that's actually kind of wild. Okay, for enemy 2, let's erase the stats. Let's erase line. Yeah, let's just default it. So now it's using the same stats as the skeleton.
Right.
Okay, run the game. Let's see if it works now. Because the goal is basically just to figure out what. Because here's the thing: we know that you could just fix this by duplicating everything. But I kind of agree with trying to find out what exactly is different about it, especially for a learner project here.
And
so yeah, fight the enemy 2.
Yeah. I also totally was not paying attention, as always. Ads are going.
Probably about to end.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Or starting. I don't know. Maybe the ad.
It's been a bit. Let's.
All right.
I'm out of them already.
Okay, so we're fighting enemy 2. Ads just finished. All right, we're good. I was talking all the way through it. My bad. Okay, so we fight, take damage, fight again, come out, and it now works.
Oh, that's some wild shit to me. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. So let me walk through why I think that's wild. Okay, so go back to the parent.
Yes.
We have those 5 stats there. 3, 4 stats.
Right.
If you change them in any way after the override, let's scroll down. I just want to see the rest of your create event here.
So, we're not 100% on why it works now.
I'll show you. We'll show you why this is some wild stuff there.
Yeah.
Let's get rid of the battle state because we don't need that either.
Yeah, we're not doing that.
So essentially, we init our stats and then we init our states, right? So nothing stats and states. It's pretty simple. So let's scroll up to the top. Okay, so it's pretty straightforward. The main thing is when you have a base initialization of all these stats and sprites, and then for each enemy you're going to want to override them. So let's go back into the enemy 2.
Okay.
The air quotes fix, Calico, was removing custom stats and just inheriting the stats. So
the only other thing I don't see is this part on enemy 2.
But enemy 3 is broken too. Oh, but enemy 3 doesn't have stats either. What the
But enemy 3 works.
Wait, no, enemy 3 works. Enemy 3 works, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Which explains it. Okay, cool. And does skeleton have that stuff too?
Yeah, the skeleton has that sprite index and mask index.
But that shouldn't matter though, right? Because once again, if you put this, it's overriding the stats. That seems like it does it.
All right. So it was the overriding of the stats.
I have one idea. Let's go back into the
move the Romania no ads. Go to you said the parent enemy.
Yep. I want to see if there's anything in the states that could be weird, because here's one thing to consider. Using the variable definitions happens before the create event. If you inherit and then change the stats, the inheritance is happening, the stats is happening after the create event. It actually has a mechanical difference. So let's say one of these states sort of somehow had an effect on stats. I don't think they do, to be honest. Like idle, there's nothing here, right? And then move, I don't think there's anything really, just using the sprites.
This is identical to being in idle. We have idle duration, and then when the duration ends, you switch the state. So we go to the move. This is the move one. Random direction. All right. So if room battle, we change state to battle.
Okay,
let's the only.
We don't really use that.
No, actually, it was that was set up. That was set up because I was thinking. There was something I was doing. There was I was thinking about making a battle state, and when they got there, do it. But it's technically not the same objects.
Exactly. And the reason is because an overworld entity and a battle entity have totally different responsibilities.
Right. And so there's two different objects.
Yep, that makes sense to me.
Right.
So I would you can just erase that. I don't think you should need that really.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I took it out, so.
Perfect.
Then we have
Yeah,
colliders.
I don't see anything concerning in here, anything involving stats in here, so I don't think there really should be a problem, to be honest. So let's go back into the enemy, whatchamacallit, the
2.
yeah. Okay, so it's something to do with put the stats back in here. Put Control Z till you get the stats back in.
Do we want them up top or do we want them down below?
Literally won't make a difference.
Okay. Let's.
These are the default stats, right?
These are currently the default.
Okay, run the game actually. Leave them default. Let's see if you override the stats with the default stats if it works. Is it just like some stat causes some sort of issue? Like if the stat's too high, somehow it makes no sense to me, but I'm curious here.
All right, so I took damage, fight. That works.
Okay, now Control Z till you have the previous stats. What was different?
The difference was the amount of. We said it did 3 points of damage. I increased the this, and I made this 50.
Yeah, run it now. Try and see if it breaks again. Okay, good bit of damage.
It remembers it now.
Okay, let's Control Z back till it doesn't work because I'm so confused. Is it order of operations somehow? It shouldn't.
Okay.
Yeah, Control Z.
Yeah, I'm gonna copy that.
No, just Control Z. Just Control Z till you get back to how it was.
All right. Yep, I'm erasing that. Okay. All right. So
HP to 6, H damage to 2, HP value.
And that is it.
Put back those in. Yeah, let's put those back in. I do agree with that.
Okay. So these are the stat difference.
Okay. Yep, run the game.
It is running before. All right, so we go in and fight. That's it. It's got to be order of operation on it because that did not work.
Okay, so if let's go back to the code. Switch the damage to the default. Just paste in the default values.
Oh, default, or do you want me to move it down below the sprite stuff?
You can do that too. There's none of these code interact with each other in any way. None of this code order of operation shouldn't matter here. I believe this is entirely a numbers thing.
Okay. Parent here.
So yeah, what's the parent? Yeah, put those in.
So if we bring it back, let me put it below. All right. So everything, I didn't misspell anything, right? So everything is correct.
Yeah.
We'll just comment out this. So now it is back on default.
Run it again. If this works, I'm done.
All right. Attack. I took damage. Attack. Come out. And it works.
So it's entirely the stats. If you have too much stats, for some reason, it doesn't save. It doesn't transmit the data over. That's... I can't even begin to comprehend what's happening here.
All right. So to double verify that, we are going to put the stats in the skeleton.
Yeah, the air quote bad stats.
The bad
skeleton
stats.
Shouldn't work.
Right. Whoops. So now we'll run it and test it with the skeleton. we take damage, do it again, come out, and it's not working. It is 100% the stats updating.
So that's confusing as hell. I probably don't want to dive into that now on stream for myself. If you want to send me the YYZ, I could like take a look at this.
Okay.
Because I bet you it's something really weird, but also something really simple.
Maybe the math is subtracting too many numbers, Calico.
Yeah, like if you want to go into where the damage is dealt, actually, we can take a quick peek.
Okay, so
Where is the damage dealt with? Like probably the battle manager or whatever.
yeah, battle manager.
Where does damage get dealt?
So is it being
Data.hp.
there's
damage.
not yeah.
One's the oh, okay. So here's where you take damage.
And then there's the battle manager, and then there's the battle player.
No, we don't care about the battle player. That's just, I think, a visual entity.
Battle enemy.
Or no? Or is it actually? I don't really know how this works. This is. But yeah, sorry. Go back into. It's all about the player. We don't care about the enemy.
All right.
Because we care about the player taking damage and how that damage is getting transferred. Okay, so I'll go back to where that damage is being dealt. Okay, so on we care about objplayer.data.hp being reduced, right? Line 3, right? That's where we're adjusting it.
Right.
So the next issue is you need to track that value essentially. Like, sorry, on line 3 of sorry, it looks very similar, but on the player, alarm 1.
On the
so
player.
I don't like how this isn't a. Sorry, go back. We don't really care about the player. We care about here. This is where damage is here. Put a comment in line of alarm 1. Put a comment on line 1. Actually, in the description of alarm 1 here.
Alarm 1.
That's alarm 0.
All right, hold on.
I guess we can do it. It doesn't matter the order. So alarm 1 is who's taking damage here in alarm 1.
Alarm 1 is check for N. Send
Sorry,
you
that's
down.
alarm 0. Oh, there. That's alarm 1. So I don't
remember. Like, it's not my code. I don't remember. Like,
okay.
This is exact. This came. What was it? Yes, 2 days ago.
Yeah.
From that tutorial.
So what I could recommend for that is, because I know what you mean. Like you follow a tutorial and then like you have some issues and then you have to come back and figure out the code.
And I don't understand the code. So
I recommend watching the same tutorial more than once, because what you can do is you can implement it, test it out, use it, kind of get used to it, and then you sort of get a little bit of an idea of what it's doing now that it's working. And then you could watch the tutorial again and kind of, as he's explaining it, go through the code you already have. You're not typing it out this time. You're comparing it. And then what you could even do is you could comment the code and figure out, oh, as he's explaining it, let me comment it for myself. So now you're writing it the first time just to get it working, and then you're trying to understand it and document it the second time. That's sort of what we're doing now. So to look at this code that I haven't seen before, on line 2 of alarm 1, we see var enemy damage equals obj battle enemy dot data dot damage, right? So we're getting the amount of damage the enemy does.
Right.
And then on line 3, we're saying obj battle player dot HP minus equals enemy damage. So the player is taking damage from the enemy here. So this whole event, you could document on the description as player taking damage from enemy.
Right.
And like I would literally type that just right now. Yeah, okay, yeah, you got it.
Okay.
So you might not understand all the code in here, like off the top of your head, because it's from a tutorial. But now you at least have a note for yourself to set the context for reading this code. Now you can think about it with like that in your head, right?
Yeah.
Same thing for alarm 0. Alarm 0 isn't very descriptive, but if we look at it, we can see obj battle enemy dot HP minus equal damage to enemy.
Oh.
So this is the inverse. Alarm 0 is the enemy taking damage from you.
So just to catch up on chat here, Calico is saying, okay, maybe the math is subtracting too many numbers. What is your base HP? So the base HP is 10. And I mean, are you subtracting too much HP for the math to work? So I'm taking 10, but I'm only being damaged by 1. I wasn't dying, which restarts the game. Oh. Wait. Maybe that's it. Okay.
You're dying and then
Well,
starting
maybe
over.
I am dying.
Okay.
I wasn't paying attention.
Like,
So
where's your death code somewhere? Let's see it. Where's your death code?
all right.
Probably somewhere where you're taking damage, right?
All right. Let me find it. I have no idea.
So it's probably in your battle manager, no?
Go back to this thing.
Yeah, because okay, you have a check for end there, which sets alarm 2. So let's scroll down to alarm 2.
Sends me back to the original room.
Oh, okay. So death isn't handled inside here. Can I see the check for end script? If you middle mouse click on that or scroll up.
Like for check for end?
Yeah, okay. So it's checking whether you're low HP or the enemy's low HP.
Right.
Okay, so let's go back to your main room then, and let's see. Do you have somewhere that also does like that checks if you're below 0 HP?
If we go back to player, this is what's this? This is just the XP function. Player hurt doesn't have anything.
Okay, yeah, scroll down. All just movement. If HP less than equal to 0, put a breakpoint there.
Here.
Inside in there, so that yeah.
Let me also let me open the world for a minute. See, here's why I can't switch rooms now. Let me move the player there. Okay.
So, yeah, okay, fair.
The only reason is if it was restarting, I couldn't tell because you're just on solid green. I wanted something else near me to help identify.
We have the breakpoint too, which will tell us right away. But
Yeah,
I don't that as well.
All right. Okay, so the hell.
You have save data, right?
No. Yes.
So go. So you have a breakpoint, right? You don't need to have the player reset. You'll know if you game restart. Just go battle an enemy.
All right.
Breakpoints are super good.
Okay, so this brought me back right where I left.
And it did the appropriate damage, though.
And it did. So let's fight this one.
Okay. I thought you made it so the skeleton had bad stats, but let's see. I think these all have weak stats. I don't think they're gonna do it.
All right. I have to turn it back on. Let me turn that back on.
No, that's.
You want the bad stats on?
Yeah. Okay, you're right. Yep. You're right. Okay. Yeah, and test it again.
Okay.
That's.
It brought me back.
Not dying.
I'm not dying. It brought me up a level.
Do you heal when you level up?
Uh,
Has there been no bug this entire time?
no. No bug.
I'll go. Do you level? Do you heal when you level?
So,
Yeah, you heal. You heal when you level up.
oh my god. Oh. Okay.
Everybody's been here. Everybody's been here. Do not worry about it. Everybody's been here.
Like,
Everybody's
oh my
troubleshot something
god.
for like 3 days, and then it's like a typo or working as intended.
We were 100% ignoring all the XP this whole time. And
Yeah.
it's because it was working fine the whole time.
Yeah, so this is
And it's
why,
because it's
like,
not my code. I don't like I like using tutorials, but I don't like using tutorials. Particularly
Yeah,
for
so
this
you-
reason. Because like yesterday I added this, right? I
So
didn't correlate it at the time because I'm too busy trying to do just type it and follow it, but not
Yeah.
really pay attention to it.
And that's why I think the two suggestions I could have for that is be willing to rewatch a tutorial with your code in mind, but also think about what the code is doing for you. Because for example, he makes a function called add XP, right? That's not like a programming thing. That's now entering like a design territory. Because you can probably think, okay, well, what do I need to happen? Like in most RPGs, you know, MMOs, whatever, you level up, you get that full heal or whatever. So, so it's like that's a design thing. So like, once again, that anybody could have been here. So don't
So
worry about
it's
that.
this, right?
Yeah. Well, it's the line below it. It's the line below it.
This. Okay.
Yeah, you increase your total and then you increase it. So this is why. Okay, I'll give you an actual suggestion here. First of all, debugging is like one of the biggest things you're going to be doing in game dev. So giving yourself as many tools as possible is like that's why I'm suggesting, you know, having a button that you can press that just kills an enemy, or a button that can damage you. Like you've seen my Desuku Pet stuff where I can damage myself at any point I want in the game because I don't want to have to go to an enemy and wait for him to hit me like 3 times. You know, it's just, you should be able to test this stuff quickly, because even with kind of giving ourselves some tools, like, you know, you made it so you dealt more damage and you moved your position around, we had breakpoints, it still took a fair bit of time to troubleshoot that. But imagine if you had like a, I don't know, like a menu, like an Imgui thing with like all your stats that you could easily just check, and maybe there's show messages happening, or like debug messages that, hey, you leveled up, now restoring HP. Like, you want to give yourself breadcrumbs and like the tools you need to be able to like troubleshoot stuff, because writing code is the easy part. It's the part that comes, it's dealing with code that's hard.
Yeah.
Ultimately in game dev. So that's why I'm like really, like, that's why I don't like having splash screens on things, even if they're a couple seconds long, because now every time you compile your game, you have a 3-second splash screen to wait for, and that just wears at you whether you realize it or not. It adds friction to testing. The best, are you a Dark Souls person?
No. I haven't really played it.
Think of any game that has a tough boss battle, and think of the difference between having the save point right in front of the boss room or having it 3 minutes back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like if you have to walk, you know, 3 minutes of like getting to a boss isn't really that much time, but you're still hitting that pain point of getting killed by the boss. Those 3 minutes are adding to your frustration every single time.
Right.
When you just want to deal with the boss, you're now dealing with other bullshit. Same with game dev. You want to deal with the bug, not other bullshit, like not knowing what your values are, not knowing what your stuff is or whatever.
Kavar, when you do a tutorial, you refactor it once so you understand what the teacher is doing. Otherwise, you have no context, won't be able to write it on your own. Yeah, that was kind of my fault. I mean, yes, it's my fault. But
I don't think there's any fault here, really.
Well, I watched it. That was partly why like doing tutorials, especially on stream, I struggled with. I'm not very good at it. So then I'm adding 3 things in. I'm watching a video, I'm trying to write the code, and I'm paying attention to stream. And I think I didn't comprehend what I was actually writing.
Yeah.
So I had like, I don't know, senile moment on like, whoa, how does this work? I don't know. I wrote the code. I don't remember writing the code.
And okay, part 2.
You know what I mean?
One suggestion, a practical one. This is where functionizing and documentation comes in everywhere, right?
Right.
Like imagine if line 28 didn't have a header that said add XP, right? You wouldn't have known. I mean, you could read it and probably understand, oh, this is a level up code, right?
Right.
Actually, you know what? Let's do something. Here's an example of stuff I recommend doing. What is this function doing? Line 28. What does it do?
This. So
yeah,
it is adding adding up XP to identify whether or not you go to the next level.
Okay, so the name of that function is lying. That function doesn't just add XP. That function adds XP and checks for a level up. And if you do maintain that, if you do meet the requirements, then it levels you up. So you could technically, like, for example, you could split this out into 2 functions. You could say, hey, add XP. Okay, let me show you what I would do here. Line 40, make a new function below.
Okay.
Call this function check for level up. Oh, actually, wild that Matharu does this. This works the way you're doing it, but what I would recommend for doing local functions, that is to say functions that aren't global, that functions that exist in an object, do it not function, then function name, do name equals function. So get rid of line, get rid of the function in front of, yeah, you got it.
Okay.
They are sort of interchangeable in objects, but they're actually not. There is a time and place where doing it the other way can cause problems.
So
always do it this way.
I started off on a bad foot then, because the tutorial, most of everything else I've done is this way, but the tutorial was writing it this way.
And it's not, to be honest, you probably won't run into an issue doing it using the same way always.
Okay.
But just know, I think this is technically the correct way. There's a lot of people who just only use it the other way. But what I like about this is I like the visual clarity of this is a local function versus the other one is a global function. I only use the other method inside scripts.
All right, so we have check level up.
Yeah, and what you could do is you can put lines 31 to 39 inside the check for level up function. So cut that out, yep. Paste it.
Okay.
And then put check level up back into that function. Do the function call instead. And this you can consider like a minor like optimization, or not even an optimization, but like a very like micro level like refactor for clarity. But this is the way I like to do things, and the way I think it's useful. And you could think about when you're doing tutorials is like, okay, like Kelvar said, okay, the first time through, you're just getting the code in there. But then you're thinking about the second time around, what does the code do? And then I really like functions for that, because I don't want to be thinking in terms of code when I'm designing and making my game. I want to be thinking in terms of functions, because I don't give a shit about what actually is happening in the level up until I need to care about that, right? So with this, you can sort of like get your code contained in different things, right? Like instead of damaging the player, you have player hurt there. It's not doing anything yet, but it's the right idea of thinking about, okay, well, what happens when the player is hurt? All sorts of things like that.
So is there a difference in, I guess, functionality between this and that?
Yes and no. No, in the sense that you probably will never ever notice a difference in functionality.
Okay.
Yes, in the sense that Taraka did. The way Taraka did was he was using only one and then updated GameMaker and something changed and it broke. He was getting different results based off whether he declared a function one way or another. If you go to the documentation of GameMaker, actually click on middle mouse click on function. I believe it kind of specifies, and I think it recommends it.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
it says it has the two formats there.
Right. When creating a script asset with functions in it, the function can be created using either format.
But then scroll down. In general, however, right there.
So in general, however, you would use the first form for script functions, as it will define the function as specifically being a script function, meaning that it will be global in scope, be assigned script index, and not require global prefix. Using
So basically what that means is in a script, you're always going to be using function whatever.
Right.
You're not going to be using the second method. It doesn't actually specify using the second method outside of scripts, like inside of an object. So it is kind of dealer's choice. You know what? I'm going to take back what I said. It's dealer's choice for you. If you would rather the consistency, and you can do that. You can do that for consistency. I much prefer having, because they're two different things for me. I like thinking of one way and one the other way. Like one I use for globals and scripts, and the other I use for local functions inside objects. Because think of it this way, right? How do you define most of your variables inside of an object, right? You do variable equals thing.
Right.
So variable equals function to me makes sense as well and delineates it from a global function. Whereas the other way it works, but to me it just feels weird. But that's me personally. You can do whatever you want.
Okay.
In your previous projects, you've always done variable equals.
Yeah.
But you can even try on this project just using function variable instead, and you wouldn't run into any issues. So dealer's choice.
Okay.
Style choice, unless you're doing some crazy stuff like Taraka did.
And it doesn't mess up having both.
Yeah, you can technically, like, so having, check for add XP being one way and check for level up the other way is fine, other than the fact that it's ugly and inconsistent.
Sure.
You ideally want to be making
once I pick one, I'll switch them, but like.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so you could leave it there until you decide which one you want to do, and that's totally fine. But yeah, just know that everybody goes through this. I used to, when I was new, I would go through tutorials and not really understand them and then add stuff on top of them. And then every once in a while you hit these friction points and it's like, okay, time to either rewatch the tutorial and try to understand it again. I've mentioned many times, I've watched Gen 2's Iceberg series about 8 times because every time I get new value from it. So,
well, I think that, yeah, that was...
You're just trying to copy information. You're not really parsing it all. You're just typing and absorbing like a little bit of it. And then you get it working and you're like, cool, it's working.
Right.
The second time around, you could absorb a lot more because you're not typing and you can actually go along. You can see what it's doing because it already works. And then you can take the time to comment it or restructure it, refactor it, like Kelvar said. Make it make sense to you even. What is this code that I'm typing doing? How do I make it make sense for me? Do I need comments? Do I need to rewrite it? Do I need to do it differently? I think that can help push you forward too.
Yeah. I did not go back to rewatch the video.
You're 6 days in,
which I probably should have. Yeah, but
I mean, you're only 6 days in though, so like that's not too much. But like you've just hit a big pain point, so maybe it is worthwhile. Off stream, on stream, whenever, just going through it again whenever you get time. But yeah, it's like don't feel bad about any of this. Like none of this was your fault. Literally everybody's been here, so don't.
Yeah,
worry.
I wanted I meant to go back yesterday because it was my day off, and I meant to go back and redo, look at stuff and work on it again, but I didn't because I wanted some game time because I've only been getting 1 day a week to play games. Yeah. So I wanted a little bit of extra downtime, and this was the result. So I did not go back and rewatch and solidify what I had done.
And that's the thing too. You're doing this for fun as well. So like, if you need a break, if you want to play some games, you don't get to play games. Like, this is not a job. You don't have to like.
Yeah, no, this is never meant to be like a job or anything like that.
Yeah, if this takes 3 months and 1 week, or if it takes, either way, it's all learning experience. Like, it's not. There's no real time crunch for this. Like, it's 3 months because you want it to be. It doesn't have to.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it doesn't matter. There's one other thing, not code-wise, just design-wise, that I wouldn't mind showing you, because
Sure.
it kind of came up earlier, and I think it would be good for you to... It's not anything new, but just to go over something if you don't mind me talking for a few more minutes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, open up MS Paint. We're gonna do a little doodle here. I want to talk about how I think about making parents, especially for a game like this. Okay, so make it a little bit bigger or whatever, just so there's more room, or zoom in a ton, whatever's fine.
Yeah, what the hell's wrong with it?
So,
all right.
Okay, so imagine this whole canvas is your game world. Like, it's game space. It doesn't matter if it's a singular room, the whole map, whatever. It's the game space.
Okay.
So in terms of thinking about objects you have in game space, this is how I like to think about it. Draw a circle at the very top.
Oh, hold on. Let me switch it because it's not showing up on OBS.
Oh yeah, right.
Where we're just
good call.
So if I do this, that should work. It'll look a little weird, but it's fine. Okay.
Okay. So draw a circle at the top. This will represent a parent object.
All right.
Do it in the middle. Do it in the middle and not so big, because we're gonna have a few top middle. I should say, sorry, and shrink it up a little bit because we're gonna have probably 2 or 3 more rows of circles.
Okay.
Okay. So this circle is your entity. So if you want to sketch entity or text entity or whatever, just somewhere here, just so we know that this is an entity. You can just say E for entity or the whole thing, whatever you want to do.
Ent.
Okay. So this is an entity. This is what I would refer to as any object in your game world. So any object in your game world could be a player, an NPC, a pot, a tree, a door, a house, any interactable, a pickup, a power-up, an item, etc. Every one of those things in those games are entities, because all entities in your game world have like an X and a Y position. Maybe they have an option to interact, because guess what? You can interact with maybe a door, but you could also interact with maybe an NPC or an enemy or a weapon on the ground, right? So there's a lot of things that maybe you might want to have an entity for, because a lot of things are going to need that. So below an entity, we might want a subgroup of parents. So let's draw a circle on the left-hand side.
Okay.
So this is like a child layer of entity. Actually, we'll do 2. We'll do 2 circles on this row. So this will be, we can call this or an actor. Just make them spread out. Just because it's considered like a cascading tree.
Okay.
So one on the left, one on the right. And this doesn't matter, but I want the symmetry.
Damn it.
It's fine. Leave it here. It's fine. Don't worry.
Hold on. I gotta cut it to move it. Okay. I was trying to remember how paint worked.
Yeah, that's fair. Paint sucks. I probably should have made you do an A-sprite or something. Okay. So label the one on the left actor and the one on the right props.
What the hell?
So all actors are entities, all props are entities. A prop might be, like I said, a tree that maybe you can chop down. It might be a pot that you pick up. Maybe it's an item on the ground or whatever.
Right.
But they're basic things that you can interact with in your world. The reason why we separate them from actor is an actor might have something like an HP value. An actor has a state system. It can move around. An actor has a nameplate. Actors have text that you can probably interact with them. You know what I mean?
Right.
So below an actor, you would probably have 2, maybe 3 different things. You would have NPCs. You would have possibly enemies, but honestly, an enemy might even be a child of an NPC. It really depends, actually. So yeah, you'd have, player, enemy, NPCs. Because remember, you had your NPCs have the nameplate behavior in the draw code.
Oh, this is stupid. Stupid paint.
It's fine. It doesn't need to be pretty. It just needs to be a little visual for us to kind of think this
All right,
through.
player. Then we had NPC. Why won't you let me move it? Okay. And what was the last one?
Enemy.
Oh my god. I can't remember the last time I used paint.
I know. It's not good. Okay.
All right.
So these are all child of actors, which are all child of entity. So let's go back into your NPC character in the game. And go to the draw event.
To the NPC one?
NPC, yeah. By the way, I still cannot recommend Control T enough. Control T NPC.
Yeah.
It's like the fastest way by far to move around in GameMaker. Okay.
All right.
And let's scroll down to the draw.
Okay.
Okay. Now I want you to open up the enemy pair. Wait. Where? Wait.
Do you want? Wait. Did you want the object of the NPC or the parent for the NPCs?
Oh yes. No, I want. This is actually. Yeah, I want the child now. Actually.
All right. Barkeep.
Okay. So let's scroll down here to the draw event because this is actually a problem here. Okay. So this barkeep has this nameplate code here, right?
Right.
Okay. Go into the enemy parent now. Draw event.
Okay.
Down.
Right.
I think it's the very bottom, right? Okay, so you can actually just scroll down to the bottom, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, now tab between those two. Click back over to the other one. That code looks pretty identical, right?
Yeah, it's because they're both using a name plate.
You just said the magic words. They are both using.
Right.
So what that tells me is, first of all, the barkeep shouldn't have code for drawing a nameplate in its code. Its parent should have it. NPCs, because most of your NPCs are probably going to want to have a nameplate, right?
Yeah.
Or at least the ability to have one.
Right.
Right.
We fixed the enemies, but I haven't gone over to the NPC stuff yet.
Wait, but this is what I'm saying. Let's go back into the mock-up, the paint. This is where the cascading kind of layered parenting approach is, because if both NPCs and enemies should have nameplates, then nameplates should be a function of actor. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So an NPC inherits from an actor, and your barkeep inherits from an NPC, and your NPC is now getting nameplates from actor. And your enemy skeleton inherits from enemy, and enemy inherits from actor, and this way now your enemy can also have nameplates.
Okay.
Because right now you have the same identical code in two different locations, right?
Right.
And this is where that kind of organization can really help you, because heck, NPCs and enemies, they both have state machines, right? And they both can move around the world map, and they can both say commands. So that kind of sounds like an actor to me, or it sounds like at least something that they share.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I mean, they're both following it. Yes.
Right. Whereas right now everything is they're two separate things. So if you change one, you're gonna have to copy and paste code from your NPC parent to your enemy parent. Which is why this kind of ordering is pretty nice. So the way I think of parents, I guess the easy way to sum this up is always think about shared behavior between similar objects and how high above that logic can go, right? Like if all three of those objects share behavior, enemies, NPCs, and enemies, then they should have a shared parent. And they definitely will in an RPG. That makes sense, sort of?
Yeah. I mean, I get that it's a propagating system that kind of works like, I don't know, group policy, right?
Yeah.
But does that mean like if I have parents for like enemy and a parent for NPC, that they both work off of an actor parent?
Yeah, sorry, in case this wasn't clear, I would be draw lines between player NPC. So draw lines between up to actor from player NPC and
Why is that so? Like that?
yeah, exactly. So this is, and then actor is inheriting from entity. And then props also from entity.
Right.
Now, the reason why you might want to have an entity for all of these things is because, hey, let's say you need to save the position of every object and every enemy when you go to quit the game. Instead of having to be like, hey, with actor, with player, with NPCs, with enemies, with trees, with pots that have been moved around, with boxes that have been pushed, with items that have been picked up, with treasure chests that are open and closed, you can now just say, hey, with entity, save your data.
Okay.
To save your whole world state in one shot instead of having to go through all your objects in your game room and be like, okay, what do I need to save? It's like, no, entities, game world things called entities can save data. That's a parent behavior, for example. But yeah, this is why that like kind of cascading, like you said, is useful. Because you don't want to be reinventing the wheel from things that have the same thing. Like NPCs and enemies, they both can talk. They can both have nameplates. They both have state systems.
Right.
It sounds like actor. That's why I have like a parent for an actor, because they usually all have those same sort of things.
Okay. So you can have a parent to a parent.
Yep, you can have as many parents to a parents as you want. And here's the thing: my entity objects don't really even do anything. Like you can let's do it right now. Go into
Okay.
go and create an object called parent entity. The thing about this is an entity is such a broad category of parent.
Right.
It doesn't even need to do anything, right? You don't even necessarily need to make any assumptions about what an entity does. Eventually, maybe some sort of save code will go in here, or maybe. But for now, you can just go into parent enemy.
Okay.
And give it a parent. Give it the entity parent.
Okay.
Cool. That's it. And then you could technically add an actor in between those so that, hey, okay, instead of it being a child of entity, it's a child of actor, and actor is a child of entity. And then you would move your nameplate code over to the actor, and then you'd move your chat code, your dialogue box code over to the actor, probably states over to the actor.
Gotcha.
And then you can just say, like, okay, because, like, your enemies right now move very similarly to the barkeep, right?
Right.
They just kind of move around.
Yeah.
So, yeah, inherit that by default. And then if an enemy needs to move weirdly or uniquely, then you can override that specific enemy's behavior.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, that way you just assume any actor in your game is going to have a state system.
Right.
Like I said, your player should be an actor probably too, because then that way he can have dialogue boxes and nameplates. But the player probably has its own state system. Like you probably are going to be overriding a brand new state system because, hey, I need to control it, this sort of thing, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Fun fact, a lot of people code their games so that the player is not any different than an enemy or an NPC, and they make it so they can actually switch control over anything in their game. So they can technically play as an enemy or an NPC for testing purposes.
Gotcha.
That you don't need to do. Don't worry about that. But
okay.
Yeah.
Well, that makes more sense a little bit on it. I never really thought about having the parents attached to parents. Kind of always assumed like the parent was just kind of like a top level thing for it.
Yep. And that's fair. And that is totally fine to have objects like that, but it's also okay to kind of chain react them out. Because imagine it this way: you might have a parent called animals, but then you have a child called parent birds, and then you have a child called parent mammals.
Right.
Child fish, and they're all different, right? But then under fish, you might have a shark parent and a jellyfish parent. and then you have all your different types of those under there because each thing, a fish is going to behave differently than a bird, than a jellyfish.
Right.
And
Yeah.
the cool thing about this format is this isn't like my design. This is like pretty standard, like in games, like entity objects branching out to props and actors, and then
Right.
you have your different types of actors based off of what you need. And then props, props might be a power-up parent. You might have a chest parent, a pushable object. Heck, maybe any prop could be pushable. It depends on what your game's gonna have, right? You kind of design it from there, what an actor or a prop needs.
Gotcha.
But basically, any game with control like this, I'm gonna have an entity, I'm gonna have an actor, and I'm gonna have a prop, and I design from there out what I need and go from there, basically.
Okay.
And once again, an entity is just anything in world space. So like your camera isn't an entity, right? Your stat machine, your battle switcher, those aren't entities. Those aren't in world space. This is specifically how I would organize stuff in world space.
Gotcha. Okay.
Cool. Well, that
makes more sense now.
Any questions before I hop off?
No.
Yeah, and I would just say your homework for that sort of thing is just maybe try getting the nameplate and the text bubbles in a parent, and then have your enemies and your NPCs both working
off of that
with text bubbles and that sort of thing.
Gotcha. Okay. I think I can do that.
Cool. Alrighty, well, good luck, and yeah, I'll still be hanging out.
All right. Thank you very much.
No problem.
All right. And yes, Kalvar, we should all sing We Are Family. Ozzy, welcome in. How are you doing this morning? Or today, whatever it is. Never forget to level up bug. Yeah. All right. Well, we have, I think, everything working. There was not actually a bug. I think that's the big thing, right? There was no bug. Some restructure of how objects worked with the parents occurred, but the bug was not actually there because the character was healing when it leveled up. So, whoops. Oh. Yeah, the refactoring, I mean, like, it needed it. You're right. The refactoring did need to occur. Spent a lot of time chasing a bug that wasn't quite there. So there's that. But that is okay. Because it's now cleaned up. So we're good. I don't have to burn it. It's all fine now. All right. This time I see the notification. There are ads, and it's going to be in about 2 minutes. For this particular ad break, I'm going to take a beer right back. I do have a bird I need to uncover who's been making little noises at me. It's funny. Arwen thinks that we talk to her when we're sitting here, just talking to the mics, right? And it's fun. Because she can, like, when we have her out of the cage, like, she knows the difference, right? And if we're there talking to each other, she knows the difference. But she doesn't know, like, animals don't know what you're doing when you're talking to the mic. So, all right. Let's see. I think ads are going to go off in about a minute. I'm going to take a slightly extended beer right back, so it's probably going to be like 4 minutes. Give me time to take care of Arwen, change water, check all that stuff, and then I'll be right back. So hang tight, and I will see everybody in a few moments. Okay, we're back. Yes, Sophie. There is nothing. You don't need anything right now. Only problem with taking a break and actually doing a be right back is when you get up and walk around, you get followed by animals. Everyone wants they all want your attention. Huh. Yes. All right. So, couple lessons. If you do a tutorial, you should always go back and try to rewatch it, because just watching it and writing the code at the same time, you don't always remember or understand correctly, I guess what it's doing, right? So hold on, I gotta fix my GameMaker window. Let me fix this thing here. All right, what are we on over here? So let me turn this off, turn this back on. There we are. All right, give me a moment here. I need to find another channel. Let's see. I think this one will work. Okay. And move that over. All right, let's do some cleaning. So we're gonna make a object. Let's call this parent. We'll call it parent actor. So now, we're gonna move these in here. And we're going to attach the NPC, the parent NPC, and the parent enemy to the parent actor. I think is the best way to do it. So let's do that. Let's get rid of this debug out of here. Close that one. So we have parent NPC, right? Why are we all red? So from here, we're saying it's now connected to parent actor. And then parent enemy, we are now going to connect it to parent actor. All right. So now we have two parents connected to a higher parent. And all the battle stuff we're going to close because we don't need to deal with that right now. That way I can get some stuff out of here. And we have enemy 2. We figured out the problem with the enemies, which wasn't actually a problem. Okay. All right. Now we have a couple things. So if we're making NPCs and enemies all have the same style coding for chat bubbles and nameplates, right? So if we start, how many things do I have out there? Okay. let's move this here. If we start it, it should be 4 of them at once. Let me see if I can also fix this. So we need this to show up. Oh, I'll do it later. All right, we have enemy with a nameplate, and you walk it says stuff, right? And you walk up, it says stuff. Nameplates on everything. These are... Yes. Commit. What am I calling this? And there. Okay. It's committed. We have it done. So everybody has a nameplate. Not all the nameplates are in exactly the right spot. If the code doesn't fit, you must commit. Okay. I agree with that. But I think we can still move this code. Right? Because if we're looking at it, some of the stuff, maybe I need to get it set first, and then we'll move it. Really? The bubble just needs to come down a little bit. I'm going to start it again so we can look at it while I'm writing it. All right, we want the bar around the name so nameplate stuff is this. Yeah, this is nameplate. This is chat bubble. So this is nameplate. All right, so we made a region called nameplate. No. Now we made it a region called nameplate. And what I'm going to do is we're going to take this. We're going to move it so we can see both. There. All right, we want the nameplate to be smaller in the rectangle box. Now that's going to be the background here. So we have get width, get height, draw alpha, which is the transparency with it. We're doing the rectangle itself here. I'm slowly learning Scribble with it, right? So I am trying to use, like, I have Scribble for the text. But I needed to... I haven't quite done it with some of the other stuff yet. and they're kind of layered, right? So this goes underneath the wording. And this is x minus box width divided by 2 minus 1. And I think that might be too much. If we look at the size of the box around it, on here, you can sort of see like where it says like enemy 3 or barkeep, the padding of the grayed out box is a little too much. I just want to shrink it down a little. Okay, so what we have is dot padding. So right now the rectangle is what we're calling padding. ID get B box. Oh, we're totally changing it. All right. Let me open that one up too. Okay. Yeah, but right now it's not padding. Right now is I drew a box underneath the words. So it's technically it's just a box under it. That's what this is. So we're going to end up getting rid of all this to redo the box, right? All right. So let me go back to, which one was it? Padding? How does this, let me look at this. Out of the box scribble will default to using logical bounding boxes. Padding. Visual bounding boxes will also return values. Offset. And what's this one? Oh, this is the get B box. So you probably hear R1. R1 is calling to Jeepin, who is making her way down the stairs. There she is. Arwen, her cage is in like the middle of the room. And she just like, she loves it because we walk past her all the time there. And it's like it's a big cage. So she runs all over it. All right. So we have padding left, top, right, and middle. Just add dot padding with zeros for now. Okay. Dot padding. We do 0, 0, 0, 0. All right. Now we are going to try. So that's left. This is good. Now padding is going to replace the box, right? Down here, variable bbox equals text get bbox. Okay. So bbox, nope, you're still drawing the box similar, the same sort of way. Okay. We have this, but this is going to be the text bbox. So now do get B-Box. I'll just write it here. I'll move it if we need it. Get B-Box, and it takes a... Well, it doesn't tell me, but it takes a... text Y, or text... What? Just text and text Y. Okay. All right. So now we have that. So this, oh, I see here. And good morning, Jeepin. So now get rid of line 48 and add that to line 47 inside the in here. No, not in there. Wait, what? Okay, but wait. You said get rid of line 48. Okay, and add it to line 47. On line 47. Inside here. Right, so I only need this. Inside here. Like that. Yeah, okay. And it's X, not text. Huh. All right. Okay. We got it. Right? So now B-Box H, the width and the height of the rectangle. So we get B-Box. So now in draw rectangle, which I have here, do B-Box left. B-Box dot left. And here, and here, we're doing B-Box top. So left and top. This is underscore B-Box dot top. And then this is going to be B-Box dot right. And this is B-Box dot bottom. There. Why are you arguing with me? Takes no less than 5 arguments. Oh, I need the false. Where's that go at the end? Okay. You missed all the excitement this morning, G-Pen. We had game development excitement. I don't even know how to phrase it. I thought something was a bug, and it wasn't a bug. Spent hours solving the bug to realize it was not a bug. It was totally a worm. That's it, right? I think that's the easiest way to solve it. Partly because I wrote the code yesterday, but I didn't really remember the code that I wrote. So that was part of it. I like this better. Oops, I don't want to touch it. Okay. Damn it. Oh, no, I said I was going to fix it before taking it. Okay, so it looks better. Yes, this looks better. It's a little off here. So skeleton is off a tad bit inside it versus like no name is even inside it. So the padding is good above it and below the name. Skeleton is not drawn that way. And I don't know why. But I like the way that is, I think. For a test change, this is with 0 padding currently. To see how it works. Oh, for a test change, the padding numbers to see how it works. Okay, let's close it. In here, padding. So this is with 0. So now, if we change it, is that going to make it? That'll make it bigger. Bigger, yeah. Okay, let's just do it to see what it looks like. And 0 is minimum, I guess. Yeah, see, that's... I don't like that. And that's not, like, yeah, his name is not working properly. Yeah, it's pretty close. All right, let's go back to zeros. And I think that's better, like this, right? It always adds more to the height for some reason. It does it for you too. Okay. But I like it. I mean, I think it looks pretty good. To get around that, you could change the B box bottom to be a manual valve. Yeah. I think we'll leave it for now until start doing more things, right? Yeah. Okay. Add +1 to the Y to get the B box. Or -1. What? So, where am I doing that? Manual value here, line 47. So B box, instead of text Y, we're just going to say text Y -1. Okay. I do like that. That brings it up nice and tight. I want to see what top looks like on -1. VMAX. Text one. All right, wait. VBox. We did it for here, and that brought it up on the bottom. Yeah. So I don't need the variables box W and box H, so width and height anymore. Oh, that brought everything up. Okay. So I don't need these. We're not using that anywhere in here, right? Okay, so we're going to take those out. Line fit these two. Okay. Then we have color, we have our transparency, draw text. So I think that's good. Let me run it. And then I'll get rid of those two lines. They're just not all even. Like the way these two look kind of the same, but this one does not. And it might just be the type of letters that are in there. I bet it's the type of letters, right? If we come in here and we go all the way up to the top and make this capital, no, name, I bet it will be, because that's it. That was what it was. So all lowercase gave it more padding or made more space at the top. But that makes it even looking. Okay. It's because of the capital letter to it. That's all. All right. So now we can go in here and go back down the draw. We'll get rid of these. And why? I don't need this. Why do I have this? We're using this. So sprite height divided by 2 minus 15 is placing them right roughly at the top of them where the sprite should be. There. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it should be good. What is our... How's our chat box look? It's still not super clear font. And thank you for doing a rocket on that. You took off for a little bit. You're back. Yeah. Oh, and Calico, the avatars, that was a Twitch project that I did at the beginning of the summer. I think it was. I think it was just like, I think it was April, May, and June. So I did a 3-month project for that. And that was a Twitch integration avatar project. So that's what all those are for. That's actually an app that I run off my, like, a regular application. So I can run it, and it has a couple channel points built into it. If I remember right, it is celebration and sunflower launch and the random avatar. So the random avatar will just completely make you go to something different. Yeah. Attack just sets off a bomb. It doesn't really do much else. I never updated that one, but it's there. But yeah, you can do celebration, you can do sunflower launch, and then the random avatar, which will change your avatar. You like the rocket one? Yeah. There's also eat, climb. Climb's kind of cool. Right? Climb creates a ladder, and then you jump off the top of it, and it will take everybody with you that's touching the ladder. And if you get too high up in the air, then the parachute comes out and helps you down. Okay. And the stinkiness. I'm gonna have to turn the fan on for that one. And thank you. I hear a dungeon out there. I will join you on that dungeon quest. The dungeon is by Tangia. It's just a little game. All you get to do is once a dungeon is run, you can just hit exclamation point or do type exclamation point join. You join in. You'll start with no clothes, no armor. You just get to slap all the enemies, right? But as you progress, you get stuff inside the dungeon. Once you get items, you can update your character. So where do I have that? On the little panel on the side of my screen is where you click the tangerine for Tangia, and then click it looks like a door, a gate. Click that, and that's where you can edit your character and all that fun stuff. Yeah, and a few of us have it on our streams. So Jeep and Annie, my wonderful wife over there, has it on her stream. Homeless, I think, are you using it on yours? And then a couple other people have it as well. All right. So we're going to go in here. We're going to do a fight. I take damage. I come out. I am full because I am level 2 now. So we'll fight. I'll go down in health. And it didn't heal me. So that's why. That whole thing was just like a couple hours worth of my brain stopped working. That was, yeah. How was it? My brain stopped working for a little while. It does. All right. I think that's looking pretty good. It's cleaned up. So now name, next, and plate. This, we're going to make a little region here. Call it region. And if we put this here, we're going to call this chat bubble, right? All right. And here, since we have people that like it, I will, as soon as I find it, I'll run a dungeon. You can tell they've been doing it for a while. What are you guys? 16, 20, well, I'm 22, 10. Yeah, there's a few people that have been doing it for a little bit. On some, I forget whose channel it is. Everybody's like almost level 30 now. Because you just run like 5 of them out, like 5 to 10 of them at a time. Get all your points, right? All right. So we have 2 regions. We have chat bubble. We have text nameplate. Arwen has something to say. Hi, Arwen. Yes, Arwen has stuff to say. Let's see. I'm going to move this. We're going to copy it first. And we are moving that to here. Right. So now it's in the actor parent. This is all commented out. So all the enemies and well, if I put it in the actor, this needs adjusted here. So this needs to be inherited properly, I guess. All right, let's run it and see what problems I run into. Well, that didn't work. Enemies, parent enemies. Why? We're not inheriting anything. I copied all this. We can just delete this. Right? So now we'll run it again. The enemies should be back. They are. Their names are there. So that's good. We need to fix up the barkeep, though. Okay. You're Jeeping, you're heading to the grocery store. Chat. This is your last chance, chat, to put in an order for the grocery store. So, part of the reason she's going to the store today is because Jeepin has a cooking stream at 4 p.m. Mountain Time today. And it'll be all kinds of fun Halloween stuff today. But if you need food, put in an order before she leaves, and you can pick it up at the cooking show. Right. Yeah, she is the game streamer out of the two of us. She normally streams games throughout the rest of the week, and on Mondays it's only the cooking stream. She went upstairs. I'll make sure she knows Dino Nuggets. All right, we need to fix our NPC code here. Why? This is in our code here. It kind of makes sense to be... Maybe the chat bubble should not be in the actor level. Maybe it should just be on each individual one. Because I feel like now they do all need it. Yeah, I'm trying to think it through. So they all kind of need it. Right? And I have it right now on the actor level here. I suppose the problem then is if they all say something different, I'm recreating it anyways. Right now, it all says "oi" or I have you now. Yeah. So if we put because I'm trying to think. It's going to say like press E for when you interact with the NPC ones, but on this one it doesn't. Right. So I have it on two scribble things, right? So 2 lines. We can say text text 1 equals like that, right? Oh, wait, hold on. What are we doing? Oh, okay. So Scribble can also do line breaks and word wrap. Got it. Jeepin. Dino Nuggets. Pinooch. She knew exactly. She knew you, Pinooch. She was like, "Who did that, Pinooch?" Okay. So in here, it can even do pages too, so you can set it so you can have a giant string and it'll break it up into a number of X to so many pages you can skip through. That's going to be the next thing, I think. So the NPCs, I want them to be able, like, that's why I have like press E here. You're going to be able to press E and have different text that you can go through, like little pages of text. But that's for the NPCs. The enemies currently just say, "Oi, I have you now." That's all. See ya. All right. What's up?
I need my phone.
Oh. And the list? Do you have the list? Okay. All right. In range is no longer in range, right? I have to tell it where in range is. It's harder when you start moving all this stuff. This in range should probably be put up into the actor level. I'll leave this stuff here for right now, but in range of function. Okay. So let's cut it out from enemy level. It's in here too, right? Yes. So that's why it's on both of them. We can move it here, put it up into here, and we can do in range. Do this. Okay. I always think I have to type the second part of it. It auto fills in. So as soon as I do the first piece, like first parenthesis, it will automatically put the second one there. And I always forget. And I start typing, thinking I will manually do the end of it. But that's not how it works. All right. So then we have this. Where do I set to in range to true? In range is currently being set in the walking here. So this is where it will identify if you are in range, right? So in range, like that. No. So how did I do? In range equals function. Here. Right. So area, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. My day's going fine. A few little hiccups this morning on a couple things that, ended up to be like 2 hours of nothing. But it happens, right? So I feel like now this isn't going to work because I moved it and step is not inherited. So it doesn't know where this is anymore. Crap. Shit. All right. Now I got to move all this into the upper level. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to determine. I think this is all pretty much actor level because this is all being used by both of them. Right? So parent enemy and parent NPC are basically the same thing right here. So if I take this, well, I'm just doing all this wrong, aren't I? All right, let me start over. I think, though, instead of... I think the parent actor is basically the exact same thing as a parent enemy. I could have just copied it instead of trying to manually copy every single section over. That's what we're doing. Because that's, I mean, like, all we're doing is manually just copying every single thing from here. And now I'm going to have to move all the state machines, too. And I don't even have a step event here. Okay. Right. Yeah, we'll get to the NPC one here in a minute. So everything is now there. Range is no longer working. All right. So under parent enemy, we can now delete the event because now it's inherited. So it's all there. Although everything's lit up now, but we'll fix that. What specifically am I doing with the state machine that needs it to be at the parent enemy level? I don't think there's any real difference between these two, considering they're both almost identical state machines. So, if they're both being identical state machines between the NPC and the way the enemies function, for right now, the basics of what the state machines are could be up at the actor level. That makes sense to me. Okay. Let's copy the whole state machine. and move it up here. I really should have just copied it, but you know, that's all right. We'll manually do it. Okay. So, ad break. I wasn't paying attention. Right. What if... All right, so now we have all this. This is a mess, isn't it? What if... this all just goes up to the actual level, right? Let me find some different music here real quick. Okay, so what if we came in here, put all this in here, and put it there, right? So now all this translates down here, and all this we can just delete. And put it there. So okay, we're good there. Now, the only other difference is the colliders are inside the player, and they don't need to be. So we should take our player colliders. It shouldn't be like that. Should not be like that. All right. Enemies. X move player colliders. No. We'll fix that here in a minute, because this has colliders in it. Right? Now, if I take this and put it here, they can all use colliders. Just colliders. Oh, this says NPC colliders. Let's rename it to actor colliders. And for now, do that. Okay. Then we need nothing inside here. Oh, wait. Nothing inside here. So we comment this out. We comment this out. And we comment this one out. And now we run it. And let's see what breaks. Everything. It did work. Parent actor. Step line 6. Oh, it doesn't like this. It doesn't like the thing. Unexpected symbol is this. So now, wait, if I'm making this a function, I don't need this stuff. I should probably just put range is this. Distance. Okay. Yeah, so we need a return line here. Return range. Return in range. What am I telling it? All right. So we have distance less than or equal to range. Then you're in range. Oh, well, I mean, it's it's all in it now. I've torn it out of everything else. So it needs to be now. We have range equals 35. It may not need to be. Maybe that doesn't need to be in the function. Let's think about that, right? Does range in the value, like the value of what the distance is, need to be in the function? Probably not. So then we have here, and we have distance. So in range, distance is less than or equal to range. In range, we're saying it is equal to false, which is what we want. And then we want to return in range. Right. So then down here, we're just saying in range. Okay. Call? Yeah. Discord. Oh, Discord. Okay. Welcome back.
You want to share your screen?
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, so the best way I can describe this is like in range right now is a Boolean. So it's true or false, right? But you can take values like that and you can turn them into functions. Because right now what you're doing is you're checking something and then changing in range to be true or false currently. But what you could just do is have a function that just tells you whether it's true or false instead of manually flipping a value from true or false, right?
Right.
So you don't actually need line 38 because this function will tell you whether it's in range or not. So we don't need to change in range itself to be that.
Okay. So
and we don't want to just return range. So let's erase range right now from line 39 because range will be like, it'll always be 35 on that line above, right? So that won't work. But right now you kind of have the right idea. You on line 37, you have dist minus equals range. So let's move that to the return. Let's return that.
okay.
Okay, so this is basically the question we're asking. Is our distance less than equal the range? And that range value can change outside of this function. Like maybe you have an enemy with a really big range or something like that, or you know,
Right.
whatever. But distance isn't a variable yet. We don't know what the distance is. And distance will dynamically change. So we need to figure out what the distance actually is and what it means.
Currently,
so to do
the range
yeah.
is only being used to identify when to create the chat bubble.
Oh, right, true. Okay, yep, that's fine for now. But that might change in the future. But
So
even if it does or doesn't, it's fine.
maybe to help identify it, I should say chat bubble in range or something like that.
Yeah, I would say in chat range.
Okay.
There we go. And yeah, once again, it's always these functions, always naming it like a question. Like so, if is in chat range, it reads really nicely like that. So this is good. It's very clear. So let's scroll down to where you were changing in range because where you were changing it actually has our answer. So let's erase line 6 for now because we haven't fully replaced it yet.
Okay.
Look at that. We actually have a distance right there. That is our distance value.
Right.
It's the distance between your X and Y and player. And if that's less than the range, that's when you do it. So what you can do is copy and paste lines 4 and 5.
Okay.
Bring them up to your function.
All right.
Okay, I'll drop that in. Okay, now look, distance is a valuable now. It's the distance between you and the player. For consistency's sake, I'd put an underscore in front of both distances. Okay. And then that if statement, if instance exists, it's a code block, so you'll have to put the closing bracket around the return as well. Like this, all this code will have to go inside of that. Yep.
Okay.
Okay, and then yeah, just get that line and the 2 lines above it indented as well. Perfect. Yep. Okay, now does this make sense as a question here, basically?
If instance exists. No, the return is supposed to be inside that if.
Yeah, because you can't if it's outside of the if, like you only know the distance if the player exists, right?
True.
If the player doesn't exist, you can't check the distance. So that's why that return needs to be inside the if.
Okay.
But now you kind of bring up a point. What happens if the player doesn't exist? What does this function return? Right now, it doesn't return anything.
Right.
So what you can do is if the player doesn't exist, are they in range to chat?
So no, if the player, well, all right, the player has to it still exists on the page, like in the room,
Yeah.
but
Otherwise, they can chat, right?
right, if they're out of distance, they can't chat. So if
So what
instance,
if they don't exist? What should you return?
it shouldn't be a return. Like it should just be nothing. Like it doesn't
Well,
return.
it's because if let's say you're asking this if let's say you say if in chat and range, what if this doesn't this should return something regardless, right? But if a player doesn't exist, are they in range? They're not, right?
Right. Yeah, they're
So
not
you
in
can
range.
return so you could return false. And it might seem kind of silly because like you probably shouldn't be getting here if the player doesn't exist, but also this makes it safe because like this should be false basically if the player doesn't exist. Like you don't even need to it doesn't matter basically. So you'll do the distance check if they exist. Otherwise, you don't even need to check the distance if they don't exist. If they don't exist, they're for sure not in range.
Okay.
And then if you scroll, so now this function should be done. Does it sort of make sense here though? That now?
Yeah. Yeah, I
And then
get
let's
the
say you
asking
haven't.
the question, and I get answering it in both ways.
Yeah, exactly. And then now, if like let's say you have an NPC that's behind a counter you can't reach, you could always make the range bigger on that NPC, right? Just so their
Correct.
bubble reaches outside. So you can do stuff like that too, which is cool. So let's plug this in now. So let's scroll back down to where we were doing these checks.
Okay.
And here basically, um, okay, so here we don't need to check if the player exists anymore because that if statement handles that, right?
Right.
So lines 4 and 5, you can actually, instead of if instance exists, you can just say if in range.
Oh,
Or in
wait.
chat range, yeah.
In chat range.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, now the one caveat is since we're no longer calculating distance here, you can't do that line 7 thing anymore because you're not calculating distance here. If you wanted to calculate the distance here, you could do it again. But also, this won't really work the way you think it does because if you have like 10 enemies in the room or 10 actors or 10 NPCs, which one do you expect to be showing in the header, right?
Yeah. So it was only for that. Nobody
Yeah,
else sees it anyways.
exactly.
It was sort of a way for that I was testing something. So
No,
it's
that's
not
great. Like that's
technically needed.
exactly. It was a really quick, easy way to debug, especially in the early. It made sense, right? So, but yeah, that right now it probably doesn't make sense.
Yeah. So we
And
can
that's one of
just
those things maybe you eventually build out if you do decide to do using GUI in this project, you can make it so that each panel for each enemy could show their distance and that sort of
I
thing. And that
still
way
need
you
to
could
figure out. I'm sketched with using MGUI because it crashes so much with the tower defense game.
see.
It crashes with people that play it. It crashes when I'm doing stuff.
Well, okay, so what do you mean like the GUI
You
like you
remember
mean
how
when it does
all of a
the
sudden
unresponsive thing, right?
yeah, like sometimes you'll be like putting out towers and then it won't let you upgrade. It won't let you click anything anymore.
Yeah. So I'd be curious to see if it happens with this project, but also keep in mind, I would not have made. So when you said it crashes for other people shouldn't be seeing your GUI basically.
Well, they do because the MGUI is the stat window.
That's not what I would do. That I sort of did mention that in most games I probably wouldn't use GUI
I know.
as
I did.
public facing an interface.
I'm not saying
Unless you plan on really
that's like I used it wrong. I know. But
It's not that it's wrong, but then you have to know, like, for
it's the
example,
side effect of it.
you could you could have imgui in your game and release it for web, but you just can't make it imgui that the user has to use to play your game.
Right.
Um, Whereas, so for the tower defense game, that was the game's interface, so it essentially was only download only at that point for Windows, essentially.
Right.
But if you just use it for debug, you can literally just make it so that anytime you build the game, it automatically turns it off, and then it's not in your game at all when you launch it, essentially. But yeah, if you don't use it, I still recommend trying to figure out something that does work for you. That's kind of intuitive, because
Yeah,
like
the
debugging
next
is overpowered.
yeah, the next tower defense game, I'm not going to use that. I will find a better method of creating a little user interface. So yeah,
Yeah,
and the next one's going to be redesigned a little bit.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's fair. Well, you're gonna have to build probably a UI for this game at some point too, so you'll
Yeah,
be
for
probably
here,
learning about that
definitely.
stuff sooner than later. But yeah, I still recommend it. And once again, it's imgui, and my wrapper for imgui is made so that it doesn't, there's no spaghetti code. It doesn't tie into your project in any way, which means it can be disabled or removed without hurting like literally anything.
Yeah.
It's like really safe in that regard. So it's something you can try, and then if you don't like it, you can just remove it. But yeah, for debugging especially, like I said, I cannot live without it. It helps just troubleshoot stuff so much. But okay, wait, did we make the change here? We did. Okay. Okay. Wait,
Yeah.
one more thing we need to do back up there. We had an extra check there. We don't need to change in range anymore.
Okay, hold on.
Sorry, where you were doing the check in the step event.
Here, step event.
Okay, we don't need that second check on line 6.
This one.
Because yeah, because before you were checking a thing and then toggling in range, whereas now we don't need to check a thing because that thing we're checking already tells us if we're in range. So yeah, just get rid of the if statement on inside. You just need that FSM change, basically.
Oh, whoops. Oh, wait, which one?
Yeah, you still need logic in there. You just don't
gotcha.
need the if statement. Yeah.
Okay.
And then you might want to do a Control-Shift-F in your project and look for other places you have in range. Because wherever you have in range, you're going to need to change to in chat range now.
All right, so parent actor here. So okay, this is...
So that needs to change. That needs to be in chat range, yep. And then a function call, make sure it's a function call as well.
And hold on, I got 2...
Yeah, and that's the sort of thing too. If you're following a tutorial, don't feel the need to copy it exactly in that regard.
Sometimes like instead of trying to think how my stuff is, I usually just write it because I'm trying to keep up.
Right. It might be. I don't actually know. My thought is maybe it's better to actually try to like translate it in your head, where it's like, wait, I don't use these, so I'm not going to put them. And then it kind of at least might help you like get used to reading at other coding styles and translating them to your own. Because what'll happen is if you have a lot of instances of stuff like that, it starts to make your code a little bit not like crazy hard to read, but like you're not used to looking at that stuff because you don't normally type that sort of stuff, right? But yeah, it could be worthwhile trying, but I don't know that that's actually a good thing or not. So this is all commented out, so it's probably not.
This is all.
Always just skip the ignore. Yeah, these are all comments.
Yeah, these are all going to get commented, deleted here in a little bit.
The next one is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this.
Same thing.
This one might not be right because does this one have the parent? Is this one a parent of?
It is a parent of the NPC or a child of NPC.
Okay, yep, then this one should be updated too. Perfect.
I was just putting the dog in.
Yeah. Okay, so that should fix that. I think that function should work.
Okay. I hate when it doesn't change because it makes me question everything.
So since that's a local function, I don't think they always do change, but I always forget if they do or don't. Maybe they do. I don't know.
Yeah, this will probably. I guess we'll find out.
Change. Yeah, you're right. You're right. They should change.
Should. Okay, end of search results. No.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so that should be good.
All right. We are. I think we're going to try. Oh, I started to
Plus,
do
and
this
you won't
and
have
I
other
don't need
bugs, but
this. Shit.
for what?
I'm trying to remember. I was in middle of piecing things together. So I was trying to make. This is where we started talking about the text. That's right.
Right. And yeah, that's the thing. You don't want to think. You don't want to have like. Yeah, so I think you could leave that there. But yeah, you don't need two scribble messages there. I would try to just have them all as one message.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know you could like it had word wrap and all that stuff. So I was like, oh, I need to specifically write. I want this one at this like line.
No, if anything, if you're ever doing something in Scribble and you're like, this feels annoying or redundant,
Yeah.
or like there's a better way, I guarantee you there is. So yeah, if you ever are making like three Scribble elements, there you probably do not need to,
Okay.
unless you need to style them differently or draw them differently or do something else. So yeah, I would get rid of one of those, and then for now, just have them be just use the one. And then yeah, like I said, I would make a
Boy.
variable called chat message, and then
Oh,
sub that in, put chat message in there.
okay. So this needs. We'll do
Put it in the crate.
up in the create.
Yeah, because this if it's in the draw, it'll get overwritten every frame. Whereas if you have it in the crate, you can then change it. I'd put it near the top with like the name and stuff, so that it's easy to know what can be customized.
Okay. Because I need it to be a template so that it can be updated based upon who's using it.
Exactly, and that's
Oops.
exactly what this is doing here. So now you won't. Now you have the ability to make your NPCs and monsters and enemies all say different things. And you should do it actually right now. Do a dot wrap. Because like if you have a long message, you probably don't want it to be on all like across the screen, right?
Right. So dot wrap it. Where did I
I
put
believe
that?
it's just dot wrap.
Here. No. Dot get.
Are you looking in the docs?
I am. It's on one of the other browsers.
Oh, gotcha,
I
gotcha.
tend to only use FX browser on when it's on the screen page because I'm
Oh
not
yeah,
signed
right.
into anything.
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense.
And I had an accidental oops of almost doxing myself on some stuff one time, and I was like,
Yeah, no, I get that.
so I use separate browsers.
Yeah, smart.
Okay,
Okay,
so
so
yeah,
yeah,
it's just
wrap.
dot wrap, and then it holds a max height or max width, max height, and character wrap. Okay.
Per character, weather wrap, text per character. Oh, okay, right.
So it holds this, but then it has max width is required.
Yeah, so you're just gonna have to play with those numbers. Like if you want to test it out really aggressively, you could put like 50 in there, and you'll probably see it'll wrap really aggressively, and then you can slowly expand it out to be the size of the max size of the text box you want it to be, basically.
Yeah.
And then
And
in terms of height, you don't need height for now, but the second you introduce height, that's when pages get created. So if you have a height of like 100 character or 100 pixels or whatever, the second the text reaches that point, it will not draw any more text, and it'll be broken up into page one, page two, page three, etc.
oh, but that might be useful because that is what I intend to have with like the
Yeah,
NPC side.
you'll want that eventually for sure. You could even test it now, and you'll see if you put up too big of a character string, then like 10's probably too low. Do like 50 or something.
All right.
Um,
And what's the other one?
that's going to be a square. So this is something you'll just have to trial and error, right? And then, yeah, I wouldn't set character wrap either. You
Okay.
don't need to set that. Yeah, so you'll just have to see what this looks like.
All right.
Heck, maybe even run the game now. I don't know if it'll crash yet or not, or if it's working yet, but I'm
Well,
kind of
we'll
curious.
try it.
Yep,
No.
some errors at the bottom.
Parent actor event
Double click.
create. Oh, on. That's right. It doesn't like the return. Return is an unexpected return statement. So
There's got to be some typo that I'm not seeing because that's
okay, we have in chat range equals function, and then the if statement is inside it. So if instance exists, does it not understand what return is inside the if statement?
well. The other one is saying there's an error on 39, malformed assignment statement. So right above it, what's is there anything wrong with that?
In
Line 39?
chat range equals function, and we have both brackets. This is open and closed, encasing everything else.
In any of this? Is any of this?
I'm not sure who all is hanging out in chat. If you're used to functions, I know GameMaker might be a little different, but if you're kind of used to it, is anything jumping out that says this is wrong?
Completely right to me. Try.
And I bet it's got to be the return. So
No, I think it's because like return is a very standard thing. You can do return no problem. I think the fact that line 39, I think something's wrong with the assignment statement. Try moving it to like a couple new lines. I'd like press enter on a few new lines. I want to see if like it still follows the same. Yeah, just like put it on a few new lines. I want to see if it's still getting line 40. Yeah, so run the game now.
Okay. So line 47 to 42. So it's still this one and this one.
Yeah, so remove line 47 for now. Because, yeah, that's going red, but I don't think removing that's going to have an issue. So run the game again.
All right. Unexpected this. Wait. All right. Does it not recognize it? Am I missing something? This one works with this one. That one works with this, so I don't know why it's red. Unexpected. All right, let's just run it. So now it is line 48 and 42.
Erase 48 to 44. 48 to 44.
Take out the if statement.
And run it now. Oh, what the hell?
Okay. So it ran. It just takes a minute for OBS to show it. So it's running.
That's fine. Okay, so let's
go back to here.
Go back in.
Okay,
so we know this, the if statement's fine, or sorry, the function statement's fine, and this return is fine. So let's Control Z again. I'll bring back the old code.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's something wrong with this.
We have, like when I click on the bottom one, it highlights the top one. So I know those are connected properly. Variable.
I wonder if it's like some code editor 2 bug.
I could do a save, like a commit.
No, I don't think that would. I don't think.
And like reopen the program
it
or
might
no?
not hurt. But what I'd maybe recommend would be cutting this code out and basically just typing it from scratch.
Okay. So we have, And when I cut it out,
Yeah, just get rid of that as well.
oh, is this one?
Yeah, it's because you have that extra bracket in there. Why it's not going to work?
Oh, inside it.
Yeah, it's
I
because
missed
it's
it.
closing that earlier one.
Yeah. All right. So here.
Now it makes sense the return is highlighted weird there because that's not in a thing.
Okay, so we have if.
Oh, I wait. I think I see. Wait. No, never mind.
No.
Keep going. I thought I had something, but I don't. Yep, instance exists.
Since exists, and we're saying object player, and then come into it, and we're saying create the variable for distance equals point. I hate when it covers stuff. I can't see what I'm typing.
Point distance.
Oh, point distance, not direction. All right, stupid thing. I put it in a bad spot for me to read it.
Oh yeah. So it's x, y, and object player x and y.
Okay. X, Y, object, player.x, and object, player.y. And then we are doing another return inside the if statement.
Yep.
Returning distance greater than or equal to range.
Right, and then you just erase that stuff. Because that looks good to me. That looks good to me. It looked good to me before, but it looks extra good now.
And it works.
I'm pissed. I'm really curious what that was.
Like, why? It looked identical.
You could always Control Z and put them both on like a text compare website or something, but I don't care. It's working now. Let's see if you can get close, and if it'll show the message.
Yeah.
Yeah, there must have just been some weird mixed up character, like Culver said.
Right.
Who knows? That's annoying though. Okay, can you go closer?
Right. So it crashed. Dot wrap not set or dot wrap cannot be resolved.
Isn't that just a normal thing?
Oh,
sorry. Draw always has to be the last one.
Oh, okay. Okay, now we'll try it. That makes sense. Okay, so the bubble was showing up, but not the text. Oh, and the barkeep's not there at all.
What did you set the text to be?
I don't remember. So we're going to go find it. It's at the top. I don't think I set it to anything. Where did I put it? All the way up here.
The very top.
Yep. So we're going to say,
like a longer message.
Oi, I have you now.
Just add in about like either copy and paste that about like let's put it longer. Let's see how the wrap looks. Like,
oh, that's right.
I usually just spam the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog over and over again. But yeah, put a couple of those in.
Okay.
Let's see how big that.
All right.
Okay, so there, you can see the square though, right? You can see the the wrapping.
Yep.
So that's probably too small. It's also not centered anymore, but I thought it was centered before.
It was. Okay, so I have, and then it breaks it here. So that's the length of the wrap.
So remember when we also did the padding and the get B box? You'll definitely want to do that stuff for text boxes because your boxes for the whatever are going to be mostly the same, but whereas text boxes can be kind of different. So they might look a little bit better that way too, because the box isn't following. Oh, so that's a nice thing about using that get B box method is now that you've added wrap, you wouldn't have to change the size of your rectangle. Whereas now every time you change the wrap size, you should change the width too if you want it to be bigger. Um, like I'd probably do wrap 100 at least.
Oh, all right.
Like the first one should be 100.
First one.
The width. Yeah.
Okay.
Because you think about it, text boxes are normally rectangles. They're usually wider than they are tall. But yeah, try running it again, and you'll see now that the wrap's gotten bigger.
Okay.
But you see now it's bigger than the box.
It's bigger than the box because of the font. I can.
Well, what I'm saying though is if you use the get bbox method of the scribble element, you can always just make it so that no matter what you change about the text, the box will follow it, and so you only ever have to change the scribble font. Because right now, whatever you change you make here, you'll have to make the text box match it manually.
Gotcha.
So you basically to do it, you just do it identically of what you did with the padding and the get bbox that you did for the what's it called nameplate.
And what was it? It slash n
What is that? Yeah, it should be slash n. Yeah,
for new line.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So that forces it.
Okay. So it's sent. I need it to come down now.
Like I said, I don't think you should worry about. Don't position the text into the box. Position the box around the text, and then move the text.
Okay.
That's what the point of the B box. That's one of the biggest niceties of Scribble is the fact that it will give you a B box of the whole text, and then you just need to you move the
Oops.
text around, and the box will follow.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
that should be as simple as.
So we have. This is the bubble.
Yeah. So the bubble. So okay. So here's what you do. The bubble should come after the Scribble element, or you can move the Scribble element above the bubble. Yeah, I'll do it at the very top probably. Okay. And then
But
you
now,
want to
wait.
remove. Yep. Trust. So you want to say var underscore on line 11. You put the scribble element into a variable. So var text equals underscore text, or sorry, var underscore text equals scribble.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So now that scribble element is being stored in there. You get rid of the draw now. You cut the draw, I should say, because now you can't draw the text before you draw the box, right?
Right.
Okay. Now you can move below the box, and you can do underscore text dot draw.
Underscore text. Okay.
Okay. So now this should work effectively the same way it did before. But then now you can add the padding to the text element on line 15. You can do dot padding. And now what you could do is you could just start with 0, 0 and increase from there. Like with a text box, more padding, like you could do like 15, 15, 15 is probably gonna look pretty good.
Okay.
Or maybe even like 5, 5, 5, just because like a text box should have some padding. But you can change that after. And then instead of doing the yeah, you see how you're hard coding the x and y, the widths. You're doing -40, -15. You want to
Yeah.
do var bbox, var underscore bbox. So you would have to make this on line 20 first. So we're gonna do var underscore bbox,
Okay.
and this will be equal to. Do you remember the function?
In chat range. No, chat.
Okay, so it's going to be text because we want to get the bbox of the text element. So underscore text.
Underscore text.
And then we can do the get bbox function. So get bbox.
Get.
And it's going to need to be a dot between text dot get bbox.
Get.
Because remember, basically, underscore text currently holds a scribble element, and you can do any of those scribble functions off of a text element. So that's why you're doing align and wrap up above. You can also do get bbox off of that. So bbox takes 2 arguments, and they are basically going to be the same as your text.draw below. So whatever you have for text.draw on line 28,
Okay.
you can essentially just copy those in as arguments. I'll just copy the whole thing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And then now you, for the rectangles, you replace all those variables with bbox dot left, bbox dot right, or it's left, top, right, bottom.
Bbox.
Will be left.
Left.
Yeah, almost everything involving rectangles in GameMaker, I think, is always left. It's the top left point and then the bottom right point.
Bbox,
so that's top left.
Top.
Top.
Oops. Dot top. And then this is right. And this one's bottom.
Oh, there's a round rectangle function? I had no idea.
Yeah. I can't remember where I found that, but it was how I figured it wasn't for the tutorial or that I was following, but it was another one that I was working on, like one of the game maker forums. Someone had it, and I was like, I've never seen that. And so it rounds the corners of the box, which makes it neat.
Yeah, that's a nice look for that. So yeah, you can just copy those arguments. Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Okay. I think that.
Okay, and then run the game.
Yeah, the round.
Oh no, I know what happened. Since you copied it, one of those needs to be true and one of those needs to be false. I forget which was which. I think
black. We'll try true.
Get rid of the like. Is the black supposed to be an outline?
No, yeah, it is.
Okay, that should be good. Yeah, because that last one is outline. So setting it to true means it will outline it.
Like that, yeah.
Okay, so now it's aligned a lot better. But now what you can do is go back in and increase the padding. Add like 10 padding to each side, or maybe like 8 padding.
So we'll just do 10.
It doesn't always need to be like exact or whatever too. It could be like equal. You could have like higher padding on the left or right, or like usually the sides might have a bit more padding, or maybe the top has padding for you to put the nameplate.
Gotcha.
You can customize this as you need to.
Okay.
See, now that you have the padding, it basically pretends that the text is actually bigger than it is, and adds that size to the outsides, which honestly looks pretty good.
Yeah. All right, so that'll take a little bit playing with to get it to work, but I like it.
Yeah, a lot of tweaking you can do with that. Yeah. One more thing I would do real quick just to make it easier for you to manage. If you want to close it, because the only two things that are tied together is that line 20 and line 28 need to have the exact same arguments. Line 20 and 28, or yeah, 28. So what you could do is you could put those in a argument up on like line 17. You could say var text x and var text y. I'd put them below the draw speech bubble where all the other vars are.
Oh, yeah. I see. Okay.
But above that line though, because that line above uses what we're about to type. Yeah, exactly. So right there. Yeah. So var text x.
Okay. And
Text underscore x.
wait, which one am I doing?
The var should be called var underscore, or sorry, underscore text x, because
Text.
you're going to have one for text x and text y. Not dot x. It's so text x. Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
And then that'll be bubble x minus 38.
Okay.
And then you can do the same for text y with bubble y minus 8. And then on lines 24 and 32, you can replace those x and y values with those values. This way they're always the same because they need to match basically to be correct.
Okay.
So yeah, line 25.
Yeah. All right. Sorry, I got mixed up on that. Okay, so here this just needs to be text x.
Yep.
And
you
then
don't need the minus anymore because the minus is built into text x now, right?
right. And the
And then same with
same
that.
thing with this one. It just needs to be text y. And then the same thing here.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
So now if you need to move where the
Oops.
text element is placed, you just move line 20 and 21. And now the box and the actual text will move together. So you only need to change one thing now.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, so now basically to edit this, all you have to do is change like the alignment above, the wrapping, the padding, or the X and the Y. And basically those top lines 12 to 21, those are your configurations basically. Actually, do you use bubble
This
X and Y anymore? I'm not even sure bubble X. Oh, okay, sorry. Text X and text Y need to go below bubble X and bubble Y. Sorry, I didn't realize those depended on each other.
okay.
There we go. That's more correct.
All right. So now should be good. Let's run it again.
Yeah, make sure it's all good.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll just take a
Oh, and I
little
think
bit
the reason.
playing with some of that, but I think it's fine. I mean, like,
Yeah, looks good.
it's getting there.
Cool.
That was a lot.
All right. Well, I will. Yeah, I'm surprised you're still going, to be honest. But good stuff today.
Yeah, I try to make because Saturday, Sunday, Monday, I try to make them a longer streams because I can't stream the rest of the week anymore. So I only have the 3 days. So I try to average about my goal is almost 15 hours between those 3 streams.
Yeah, that's a lot.
It is a lot, but yeah, I think going to be sort of at the end here. She's going to be back with all her groceries, anyways.
Cool. All right. Well, I'll let you go wrap up here and good stuff today, and I'll catch you later.
All right, thanks.
Bye.
All right, a lot of work restructuring, getting things to be accurate so that moving forward it'll be easier and more clear on what I am doing. Right. Well, we have the text box and the bubble stuff set better. We have all the code, I guess. We moved off of the regular parent enemy and the regular parent NPC, and it's being moved up into parent actor. So it's on a higher level because they all use the same stuff. And getting a little better at using Scribble for things versus just individually like hard coding some stuff, right? But as I was saying, it's going to. I need to end. She's going to be back soon because it's almost 11:30. She'll be home. I need to help her with stuff. And then we have to set up the kitchen for her cooking stream at 4 p.m. today. And it's a whole bunch of like Halloween stuff that she's doing. So good times, right? All right, let's see who is on. I don't even know who is streaming today, but let's see. What do we got? And then, unfortunately, I'm not able to stream anymore on Tuesday through Friday. But it will be a good one, right? All right. Who do we want? I see a couple of different people on. Do we want a gamer? I think so, right? How about we go say hi to somebody that's just gaming, but they're here all the time and we support them. So let's get that started. We're going to go say hi to Silver Eclipse, who is a wonderful gamer. And she's doing playing Minecraft, but with like Minecraft Twitch integration. It's awesome stuff, right? I appreciate everyone for being here. I will see everyone Saturday, 7 a.m. Mountain Time, for another weekend worth of events and coding and all the other fun stuff, right? I think that's it. I hope everyone has a great day, and I will see you all later. Bye now.